This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With AutoBet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Football, rugby, it's cricket time. Play SportyBet.
A beautiful sunny day to start us on day number 3. It is moving day to get us closer to the result of this first unofficial test match between South Africa emerging men's and Bangladesh emerging men's. We are bringing you this broadcast live from Potchefstroom, the Northwest Cricket Oval. Here, Mega Live, the production team, and on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. No chance of rain today at all, and it keeps getting sunnier and warmer. From 23 to 25, today it is 28, and there is no wind in sight at 7 kilometers per hour. We are set for a beautiful day here in Potchefstroom. My name is Pendulo Makubane in commentary. I am with Gamva Nyigana.
A very good morning to all our viewers. Yet another exciting day of cricket here in Potchefstroom. Well, we're right at the top there, 16th to 19th of August. Day number 3, exciting stuff. And shortly after this, next week on the 23rd to 26th of August, we've got another game of cricket. Promises to be a really exciting series between South Africa emerging versus Bangladesh in Benoni. Well, ladies viewers, we are moments away from the start, and here's some pictures from yesterday. Highlights how Mitch van Buren got to his 100, and then a few classy strokes to go along with that. He was starting to change gears at this point in time. Was Mitch van Buren alongside Richard Seletswane, who also played outstandingly well. It was Mitch van Buren pushing to his 170 there, and you can just see all those classy and powerful strokes. You can see how he just manipulated the gap so often and powerfully hit. Maybe the only mistake he made throughout his innings, where he looked to hit across his line, lost his shape and lost his wicket. Then it was Richard Seletswane batting with Andile Similani. Similani clean bowled by him. And it was Richard Seletswane continuing to his merry way, hitting a massive 6 there, his only 6 in his innings, and batting alongside Dando Zuma, who they finished their innings. And that moment there, an outstanding moment for Richard Seletswane, getting to his 150. You could see the relief as he got there and the big smile on his face. What a day it was for the young man. And it was the start of the second innings.
519 for South Africa. Then all of a sudden, Janko Smith, the golden ball. It wasn't just one golden ball, it was several, which some were aided by golden catchers. Diditi Tego, but an excellent take at silly mid-on. Then Banda Majola, also showing that he has a touch of athleticism to go with his fantastic bowling. But then those are the only 3 wickets to fall. After that, it was Ankon who took on the show with Iftikhar Ifti. They really played well to just withstand all of that pressure. Little bit of a scare repatch, but apart from that, Skalk Engelbrecht tried his best, bowled mountains of overs. However, they just couldn't break the partnership of Ankon and Ifti. And eventually they were able to see off the rest of the day. Even the leg spin of Caleb Sileka in his home ground didn't work yesterday. Big 6 over the top, and they'll be hoping today that they can clean up more of these wickets and really get the game going. 519, 145 for Bangladesh. They need 124 runs to make South Africa bat again.
Yeah, the way they're going right now, they certainly may make South Africa bat first, but it's all about who takes charge in the first hour of play. Usually that gives you the cue of what's going to happen for the rest of the day. Will it be Bangladesh who will continue to build their partnership? They're currently on a 50-run stand between Ankon and Ifti. Well, the big man they have to deal with, Janko Smith, who was absolutely outstanding in his second spell yesterday. Bowled a wicket-to-wicket line that was threatening to the pads. And they'll continue with that attacking field. Silly mid on, silly mid off, in place, short cover, short mid wicket. They squeezed out Bangladesh yesterday before this partnership. That's how they forced those wickets. Just a few moments ago there you saw the numbers of Janko Smith and you see the numbers of Mahidul Ankon. 43 of 86 balls, patient knock, a fighty knock, a feisty one. It was a needed one. He'll be batting alongside his batting partner, Ifti. We'll see his numbers shortly once he gets on strike. For now, it's Janko Smith to open up. Day number 3, moving day.
That's exactly where he bowled yesterday. Seems like the break really didn't happen because we are still bowling the hard lines and lengths hitting the stumps. Still have the two fielders next to our umpire. Our standing umpire to start off the day, umpire Sajidul Islam, coming from Bangladesh, who traveled with the team. Then standing at square leg, he has his partner. Get him on picture now, actually. This first run of the day, scored by Ankon.
Yeah, bit of a leg-side delivery there by Janko Smith.
We have to go across with the left-right combination. 45-year-old Mazizi Gampum made his international ICC debut last year, 2025, in Malawi. Stood a couple of games in the ICA 20 this year as well, Mazizi Gampum, and was part of the umpiring stint of the women's tour of India versus South Africa. So he's really growing in the ranks. Umpire Gampum. Janko Smith comes around the wicket to Iftikhar Ifti. That's how he got the wicket of Zakir Hassan. Decided to come around the wicket, ball jagged back into the captain, trapped him out. Still getting the ball to move into the left-hander.
And something that South African emerged did really well yesterday was that they forced Bangladesh to be defensive. And that was due to two things. Good bowling, accurate bowling, good grouping in the right lines and area, but also the fielding doesn't allow for you to free your arms, because if you dare make a mistake, there's those thirsty fielders out there who are waiting to take catches in catching positions as well, in very attacking positions, silly mid on, a short cover in place. So then it forces you to go into your shell, really. And the only other way is to able to score runs is by rotating strike. But then there's also difficulty in doing that because the fielder is so close that if you do get a run, you have to hit it really through those gaps. And the timing has to be excellent.
It's not often that on a bowler's run-up you're seeing 5 fielders. It's normally, if you're going to see 5 fielders, it's going to be behind the stumps next to the wicketkeeper, Dando Zuma, standing for South Africa emerging. But this time, they have that silly mid-on who hasn't left Janko Smith. And next to him, a basically short mid-wicket in Skal Gengelbracht. Here he shows on your screen. And to think from here, they have another cover fielder. It's very attacking areas. Just look at how tentative he is in pushing at the ball, because if he goes forward, he brings in Mudiri Ditego.
Yeah, the cue for Bangladesh here, if they know they're getting things right, is if they start losing those fielders in the ring, they'll stop dropping one by one as the partnership progresses. But for as long as those fielders are there, they'll feel the pressure, and South Africa will feel on top. So as soon as you start losing your short cover, your silly mid on, then you know that you end the game, or silly mid off rather. But well, it's going to be up to how they score their runs, what pressure they apply on South Africa.
It's a nice ball, this from Janko Smith. Just look at the pressure that is on the covers. When it's on the leg side for Ankon, the pressure is the same as for Ifti on the offside. excellent ball for Janko Smith. And it's well dealt by Iftikhar Ifti. First over of the day done. 146 for 3.
Good start from Janko Smith. Exactly a start he would have wanted. Barely any runs given away, any freebie shots. Exactly where he was yesterday. And for Bangladesh, it's about still weathering this initial storm. They're in a good position now in terms of the partnership and where they are individually as batters at the moment. Have already faced 88 deliveries. There's Ankon, Ifti 80. Obviously, they start from 0 today. It's a new day. It's a new challenge to face Bayanda Majola, who's bowled his 8 overs, 2 maidens and 22 runs, the economy of 2.7. He's been so accurate yesterday. We spoke about him not really kind of bowling wicket, taking deliveries, but the accuracy may be what will get him the wickets. Well, here he comes. He'll have his first say this morning.
The field hasn't changed. Majola, a bit full, a bit wide. Nice introduction for the day for Ankon. He's going to climb onto that. A floated delivery from Majola. He just didn't get his energy through the ball at that time. And it's a wide ball. Brings up the 150 for Bangladesh emerging.
A bit of a loosener from Bayanda Majola. Unlike him to start like that. Takes Ankon to 48. That will release some pressure, certainly, for Ankon. First shot where you can just free his arms and get into a flow of things, get some bat on ball. That's what you usually want as a batter early morning. Get some bat on ball, confidence stroke.
It's a little bit better, this from Majola. Of course, the first ball can't really punish it that much. He'll know that he bowled a poor ball to start off his spell. So now he's just catching up for the rest of the over. He's going to have to pull that length back, straighten it. He did that in the next ball. Because he has the silly mid on, he has that short mid wicket, and he has a conventional mid wicket. The line going to the thighs of Ankon is not the worst line. That is a perfect line, to be very honest.
Bendula, just to pose some thoughts, just get your thoughts. Obviously, Bangladesh are building a partnership right now, and they know exactly what they get from South Africa emerging, exactly those kind of deliveries. Do you suggest they carry on in the same nature they've played already, absorb the pressure, and when the runs are available to go for it, or should they change anything in terms of their approach in comparison to what they did last night?
Shouldn't change a thing. I mean, the partnership now is worth 86. Partnership is worth 86 runs. They've been batting together for 26 overs. 86 from 163. And take back to the partnership of Mitchell van Buren and Richard Seletswane. It was almost like this as well, starting it off slow. They faced less pressure, so they controlled it how they wanted. Ankon and Ifti are facing more pressure than Seletswane. Just look at the field itself. It just feels congested. So the way they're doing now, first 40 minutes, just do that for Ankon and Ifti. Just continue doing that. And eventually, just like the first ball of this over, another one is going to come. But how long will you have to wait? I don't know. Because even their option to get ones is not there. So it's going to be a huge taste of patience. Huge test of patience, rather, for Bangladesh emerging.
And based on the game situation, are they then playing on for a result here? Or is it, what is then the objective in terms of their game right now?
That's why it's called moving day. Day 3 is the most fascinating day. It's the end of over number 47. It's 150 for 3. Between these two, it's very important that they just stay in there for as long as possible. It's about not losing at the end of the day. If you don't lose, you are in a good space, especially after you've conceded 519. 36 of 50 and 48 of Ankon needs to grow into triple figures if they want to get any close to a score of 500 or even to a score of 350. So that's why we call it moving day, because the nature of the day is going to tell us if the bowling team is on top or if the batting team is on top. So the first session is incredibly important for both Bangladesh and South Africa. If Bangladesh survive without losing a wicket, they are most likely going to draw the game. And if they lose the wickets, South Africa are in the game because they'll need less wickets come day number 4. So it's a very important day today. And the Bangladesh results can only come if they go on the attack today. They really go on the attack, because in order to have a plausible score, they need to score 700 runs in their 2 innings to give something for South Africa. And if they're not batting quickly enough, the most likelihood for Bangladesh now is to save off a draw and not lose the match. Edge, that's going to be boundaries for Afti. No density in the slip cordon, so it finds a gap for 4.
Well, if South Africa, you can only wish you had plugged that gap. That could have been gobbled up by third slip. Maybe a bit tighter, the slip. But nevertheless, the chance has gone begging into the gap, and you can't have fielders everywhere. 40 runs on the board now for FT.
Little shout from behind the stumps. We got it, boys. He doesn't know where his off stump is. They understand English, so it's a nice little chirp. Shows that he knows where his off stump is, and he leaves that ball.
Yeah, a bit of a wider line there. Easier to leave than the previous delivery. A lot tighter, the one that was outside edge for 4. Still difficult, regardless. Not saying it's an easy delivery to read. Good bowling from Janko Smith, asking questions of FT. I love the angles also is coming from Bindula. It really kind of gives the illusion to the left-handed batter that something's coming at you all the time because of the angle, the round arm around the wicket, not going across your body, but rather directed at your stumps, which kind of gives you the mindset something is coming towards your way, so it forces you to play at shots that you don't need to really play at. I think it's good, and also it requires from Janko Smith accurate bowling to actually create that kind of doubt in the batter's mind.
Needs to bowl balls like that. Balls like that allow you to bowl the wider one, which can draw out a false drive or a false stroke when the batter believes that they can hit it. Coming around the wicket, it's a hard thing to do for a bowler, won't lie. Those are the last 2 very good balls for Janko Smith. The boundary was also a good ball. 48 overs gone, it's 154 for 3. It's a very good partnership here being built by my Julius Lamankon and Iftika Rifti. It's slowly making its way to 100 runs. It's currently sitting on 90. 171 deliveries. That's a long time. They've been batting together for 28 overs. That supports the Deepu and Zakir partnership at the top for 52 runs. The 2 in the middle. Bangladesh will want to recover that for the rest of the innings, but this 90 partnership needs to turn somewhere close to 200 for Bangladesh to have a good day out.
Yeah, that partnership, or this partnership right now of 90, will be what sets up the day and what will dent the opening pair of South Africa right now. In order for them to have a good session and a good first hour, get through that early fire, South Africa will come out very motivated this morning. And the best thing you can do is just kill that fire they have right now, that belief that they can bowl you out. Dent that opening spell of Janko Smith and Mayana Majola. Get the spinners in, get through the initial overs of the spin. Then you'll start seeing fields moving around, being a bit more defensive, or trying to plug runs. As soon as they stop being attacking South Africa, that's when you know you're in the game. Right now, focus is required.
They're not making it easy here, Majola and Smith. They're not making it easy at all. They're going to bowl very well. Yesterday, they just climbed onto Andile Simelane a little bit, who was here and there in his lines and his lengths. So Majola and Smith have been on the money. They've barely bowled a bad ball.
Yeah, they're barely, but it's going to require them to just stick to that. Things won't just happen for them.
They're going to be bowling together probably until over number 55. Over 54, 55, giving themselves 5 overs each to start. But this is the area they need to bowl, because eventually Bangladesh will start putting more force on the ball to try and break through this gap or find a place to get the runs. Because what's happening now, Gamva, is that if they're not getting boundaries, they are not rotating the strike. And so now that the boundaries are going to start drying up, if they continue bowling well, South Africa, it's going to be problems.
And one thing South Africa emerging mustn't forget is that, yes, they picked up 3 quick wickets yesterday, but how that happened is by bowling in this way, drying up runs, bowling maiden after maiden, 1 run, 2 runs per over. The economy, or the run rate at one point was 2.9 per over, which is what creates the pressure and then create opportunity. So it's not about them now going to search for wickets because they had picked up the first 3. It's about going back to the basics and what you did right to get you those wickets and earn you the right of picking up wickets.
And they're doing it very well here. Mayanda Majola has just found such a smooth rhythm. Looks like he's not doing much through the crease, but the ball tells you that there's a lot going on through him. Wonderful athlete. Dedicated to his craft, and his 10 overs are going at less than 3s. So it's only the boundary that he's conceded. It was his worst ball. But this is very tight. So good from Majola. The maiden over. After 10 overs, he's 0 for 26. The key is that he's going at less than 3 to the over. 154 for 3 after 49 for Bangladesh emerging.
This is what I love about this game, a 4-day game and test matches. It's not just about the bowling and to pick up wickets. It's just about who's going to give in first. That's why they call it test matches. Testing the mental fortitude of batters and bowlers, who will give in first. That's what makes it so intriguing for me. I know T20 is exciting, ODI cricket is exciting, but man, this is the pinnacle of the game where you just get a bowler coming in for 4 overs, hitting the same area, asking the batter to do something different. That's what gets me so excited. And some may say it's boring, but man, this is the best of cricket.
It's a test. It's a test of patience and also a test of skill, test of endurance. It is a test in all senses. How long can Bangladesh remain without rotating the strike? South Africa understand right now that they are on top with the style of bowling that they are achieving, so there's no need to change it at all. The onus is on Bangladesh to get the game going for themselves. Yanka Smith is not allowing them at all. It's so amazing. Andile Simelane in picture. He's going to have a huge task on his hand. He went for 25 runs in his 4 overs. A little bit expensive. So he's going to need, when he comes into bowl, to tighten things up, the Dolphins' young'un. Because Yanka Smith and Mayanda Majola are bowling gems. No Andile Mokhakane, It's going to go through. Runs up for 4. It's going to be a wonderful shot for 4.
Bit too full and there to push at for FT. And that will release a little bit of pressure. He needed some runs and had to be patient for that. It's not a really bad delivery. It's just taking opportunity as FT.
It's good batting from Iftikhar Ifti. It's good batting. Seleka stops it at mid-wickets. They go for 1. He consolidates his boundary. And the thing is, with that boundary, when we see the boundary, he earned himself to bowl a ball wide and full. He earns himself to bowl a ball that the player must play at. And so what happens is that over time, you keep the batter just defending. You give him one that he thinks he can hit, and that's often where the mistakes happen. I wonder what the conversation between Van Buren and umpire Islam is. Just stalled the game momentarily, but he's back. So he's going to go back to his stock standard areas here. A tough little adjustment he needs to make. It's a great stop from Bayanda Majola. Looks to have done a doozy on his left hand. At least it's not his bowling hand. That's Andile Simelane, rather.
I think he was slightly disappointed there that he didn't gather it cleanly more than him hurting himself. He probably would have thought that he would have had an opportunity to get a run out.
I agree. It wasn't necessarily the worst ball this 4. Just gone through Skalk Engelbrecht because he was there. But bowling it fuller and wider allows for the drive to play and then to bring on the 2 slip fielders. So that's not a bad ball either. It might look fuller, but he's kept Ifti onto the back foot and halfway between the front foot and back foot for a while. And so eventually, to send him to the front foot is a way to try and induce a mistake. Doesn't work. After 50 overs, it's 160 for 3.
Yeah, this is what has been impressive from South Africa emerging. Leave the wickets column, look at that economy from these top 3 bowlers. 3, 2 and 2. That's what you want to see. That's what applies pressure. And it's those bowlers that bowled the bulk of the overs last night and in the last session yesterday going into this morning. And once you get that economy right, you draw up those runs, then it forces and induces those loose strokes, as you've mentioned, Bendulo, where when that delivery is up there, when you drive, it finds you off on the back foot in a defensive mindset, then you're not ready to capitalize. And when you try to capitalize, you're out of position. Then you tend to give your wicket away.
So Majola has been working on Uncon pretty nicely. Uncon on 49. That's what I mean, that Banda Majola has been working Uncon pretty nicely. He's just attacking the stumps. It's been hard to leave him. But at the same time, it's been difficult to score against him. It's the hallmark of really good red ball bowling. It's excellent from Majola. Dirititego has slid down a little bit squarer. He's no longer standing directly next to Iftikhar Ifti, the non-striker. So his lengths are just going to be a little bit shorter. Somewhere along there, that's where his lengths are going to be. And so when he does play it a little bit straighter, the likelihood is that Uncon is going to find Dirititego.
Interesting period it's going to be. Just love the discipline shown here by South Africa emerging, and credit to the bowling coach. Very often bowlers can lose their mental fortitude and just go searching for wickets. But not very often we give credit to their bowling coach about the discipline that is instilled in the bowlers. That's Paul Adams, South Africa emerging, a 1919 high-performance bowling coach.
What was that from Machola? Easily his worst delivery. 50 over cricket, it's an extra, but at least not much damage.
Even his worst delivery doesn't give runs away. That's how tough it's been out there. Maybe Bangladesh would have missed out on Ankon there to get himself to 50. Imagine hitting that one and skying it up in the air. Leading edge. You'd hate yourself. But luckily no bat on it for Ankon. Still on 49. Still fighting hard there for Bangladesh emerging.
Little conversation between Ankon and Ifti about that beamer. Ankon and Ifti arguing that it's a little bit high. Umpire Gampu, you heard Umpire Gampu letting him know, it wasn't that high. It wasn't that high of a ball, so there's no need for us to call it a no ball.
Yeah, looked how it dipped on him. Just below his hip when it passed him. It was very high initially when you saw it. And probably that must be the hardest delivery to hit, especially you've been seeing all deliveries right in front of you, stump to stump, then you get a beamer. Your eyes lit up for a moment, you think, oh my word, he has a ball for me to hit out the park. Then as you're trying to get through it, it just dips on you and also is on your legs. So it's not really easy to do anything with it. And
so are you calling it a good ball? Oh, just pulling your leg. Ankon should have done better. Last ball of the over.
Well,
it's quality.
Well, I did say after all, his worst delivery still didn't go for runs.
Well, he did survive. When your arm is golden, your arm is golden. And it's the end of over number 51. It's still Smith who has the wickets. Both Ankon and Ifti now in their 40s. Not gonna lie, their patience has been pretty impressive, Bangladesh, this morning. Trail by 359 runs. 3 centuries for South Africa emerging to get that 519. Bangladesh at least need 1. South Africa's field is still aggressive as ever. Janko Smith is going to pepper that off stump. Madiri Tetego standing at silly mid-off. Skalk Engelbrecht standing at a second mid-off, you can say. That's very good from Janko Smith.
You can see now that gap between, it was a first slip and a wide gully sort of initially when those outside edge had gone down in between that gap. Now they've closed that gap. They pushed the first slip to a second slip, unconventional second slip position. And then they've come closer to close that gap there. And then they've left the gap between the keeper, which is a bit risky, but considering where the balls have gone, it's not a bad shot.
Just the areas that he's bowling are very good. The wider ball like this one that draws the drive. If that gets an edge, it's more likely going to be wider because he's going at it. And it's a little bit further away from the stump, so it's going to be at that 1.5 second slip. Whereas if the ball was coming onto the bats at almost the back of a length area and played with a straight down facing bats, most likely going to carry to first slip. It's good defensive work here for Ifti, waiting for the ball, playing it right under his eye and with soft hands. That's the key for the batters.
Yeah, we've given a lot of credit to South African bowling, but Also give credit to the Bangladesh emerging men. The fight they've shown, really. It's easy when you're in this situation to lose your head and want to go for runs and get edgy. They haven't really shown a lack of patience, these two batters, Ankon and FT. It's been a hallmark of their partnership, just absorbing that pressure.
Ooh, that's that edge. That's that line. It's why the slips are a little bit wider. It's a thick outside edge past Mo Manak. Another fortuitous boundary, this time for Ifti.
Yeah, you absorb the pressure and then you get a fortuitous boundary in that nature. Riding the luck, Pakistani, well, Bangladesh men rather, down to that vacant third man region. Takes Ifti to 49. They almost need to put that trail behind them. They don't have to think about that at the moment. I think the main focus is about getting through this period, taking it session by session or 30 minutes by 30 minutes, breaking it down, taking those small wins that will become the greatest wins at the end of the day.
100-run partnership between Ankon and Ifti. 49 contributed by Ankon, 47 by Ifti. It's been a long partnership, close to 200 balls. They came together in over number 20. So they're still grinding and still pushing. And you're right, Skamba, that 355 needs to be put away from their minds. Despite the good bowling from Smith and Majola, it's all about how long can they together bat for the day. And so far, so good from Iftikhar Ifti and Ankon. They've both bowled 4 overs now for the day, Majola and Smith. And it's slowly getting to the end of their spells. Probably about 4 overs to go until we might see Skalk Engelbrecht, unless if they bring him now, which seems to be the case. SportyBet brings us this broadcast alongside Mega Love. If you bet on Ankon and Ifti to get to their 50s, look at you winning some pots. 164 for 3 after 52.
Yeah, you could see at the end of that over what patience does. You can see Janko Smith sharing a few words with Ifti. That's what it does. Those small little mind games, frustrating the bowlers, making them run in over after over and not getting the reward they're looking for. He's picked up 2 outside edge of the bat of Ifti, and then rightfully so he is frustrated because of that. But that's just have to just almost ignore him as a batter and let him get frustrated, and then you'll start getting those boundary balls, playing outside of his plan because you're not giving him the attention he's looking for. And those are small wins, minute wins that you want to take. And you look at Skalk Engelbrecht, how brilliant he bowled yesterday. He's 20 overs, only went for 44 runs at economy of 2.9. He was so good yesterday, holding up one end. Probably have a similar responsibility to what he had the last session yesterday. And, you know,
I can assure you he's really enjoying the responsibility that's been given to him now. Good fielding stop from Simelane. One of the finer fielders in the team, like we said. Had a joke with him a couple of months ago after he took a spectacular catch versus the Titans. Like, buddy, you're gonna be selected just for your fielding. He tells me, hey, listen, man, you gotta make the coaches think about something somewhere. So if my fielding is gonna get me to the team, let it be my fielding. So he's very good in the field, Simelane. Skalk Engelbrecht leaving it where he started yesterday.
talk about fielding, how excellent it's been for South Africa emerging. Taking their catches yesterday. Brilliant catches as well. at mid-wicket and sitting it on Mudiri Teko, Bayanda Majola. Both very good catches, low. Came to them pretty quickly, both challenging catches in their own respective ways. Mudiri Teko, one was pretty quick to him, was very close to the bat, so it was flying to him. And Majola's one was dipping on him. He had to dive forward to get to it. So two excellent catches and two great fielding moments that almost really changed the complexion of the day yesterday and directly to South Africa's favour.
And it's good fielding that keeps Skalk Engelbrecht bowling an over. He was ready to go for another ball, Skalk Engelbrecht. That shows how much he wants to be doing this and is hungry for a wicket, especially when he's bowling so well. Excellent take from Mitchell van Buren. Everything is in one motion. He's high in confidence, Van Buren, after his 171. And he's also high in confidence with his bowlers and his fielders working in tandem.
Yeah, Skalk Engelbrecht there almost lost count of the amount of balls he bowls. He gets through his over so quickly. And he really does give the batter much time to think about what's coming next. What I do love to see about him, though, is maybe a bit of variation. I think we spoke about variation yesterday. Would love to see from Naheem, where he was kind of just a standard off spinner. I just kind of feel that about Skalk Engelbrecht. He's got that one good delivery that he bowls accurate, and credit to him for doing that way. But I would love to see maybe a bit of a slider, something just to kind of change the picture for the batter.
It's going to be a lot of bowling for Skalk Engelbrecht. I just think of Nathan Lyon. He's also proper off spinner, one of the finest of all time. And midway through his career, he worked on getting the ball that's going to spin away from the right-hander. Said he's sick and tired of it not being named. And he said, yeah, I'm going to call this ball the Jeff. Good ball from Majola. So even Nathan Lyon, one of the finest right-arm off-spinners of all time, developed one that spins away from the right-hander and spins into the left-hander. So it's always good to have that little touch. I was just recently watching a masterclass of Wasim Akram, legendary fast left-arm fast bowler from Pakistan. Even he developed a ball that moves away after they've learned that every time he bowls is going to be swinging it into the right-hander. So that touch of variation does go a long way. Bayanda Majola, though, has switched ends. Good stop from Zuma. He's replacing Janko Smith now, Majola. And I like this move from Mitch van Buren. Back to yesterday, Skalk Engelbrecht holding one end and the seamers moving on the other.
Yeah, changing ends and changing angles. He's coming over the wicket now, rather around the wicket to the left-hander, FT. Still very economical, the South African seamers and spin have not changed one bit.
Ooh, gets a little bit closer, Majola. It's an excellent leave from Iftikhar Ifti. Very good leave.
Yeah, very tight. Not much movement on it, but the line is so good. You can easily chop that one back onto the stumps if you mistime it or play it a bit too late. Have to be sure when you're playing that line.
You can easily just chop it back into your stumps as well. But both players have faced 100 balls. Whew, little bit of a leading edge. That's a nice ball from Majola. He's understood that couple were too wide and he straightened it out. And because the balls have been wide and he's been looking to drive the balls, eventually when one comes straight, and with the stereotypical left-hander looking to score from anything off the pads, he was quick on it, Ifti. A little bit too quick. which led to him finishing his shot before the ball arrives and the leading edge as a result. Oh, it's been excellent from Majola. It really has been good. Yet another maiden over. The only time he conceded a run was through his first poor ball, which was a wide half volley. Every single ball that he's bowled thereafter, every single one, has nailed where it needed to land. So 23 balls in a row for Majola, landing exactly where they need to be. Very shortly, if he does continue like this, he might make things shake. 164 for 3 after 54. The score hasn't moved.
Ankon on 49. Maybe stuck for some time with Engelbrecht bowling in this way.
Seems like he's going to have to do something a little bit out of the ordinary to get the one. You can't play it too square, the short leg is there. So he has to go in front of square, which is what he does. Finds the smallest gap on the field, and Maijul Islam Ankon reaches a hard-fought half-century. 50 up from 115 balls.
Yeah, brilliantly fought 50. That strike rate tells you the story on how hard he's fought. Striking at 43. Patient knock. Alongside his batting partner, Iftika Ifti, who's also has been as gritty. They came in together at a very difficult time, did Iftika Ifti and Ankon, but fought and showed some heart to get their team back in the game.
It's good bowling from Engelbrecht. Iftikhar Ifti will want to join Maidul Islam Ankon on his half-century too.
Still no run given away. He'd love to get to his 50. Iftika Ifti, who would have been really well deserved.
Yeah, change him to Iftikhar 50.
Oh, there you go. Iftika Ifti 50, says Mbindula Makubani. And feisty as well was that 50. Had changing room. Will breathe a sigh of relief now with these two looking extremely comfortable out there. In particular, Iftika Ifti on 100 balls, 106 balls faced, and those 8 fours. Patient knock.
Eight fours shows that he loves his boundaries. 2 runs taken from the over from Engelbrecht after 55. It's 166 for 3.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
They'd probably, South Africa, want to be relaxing like Benny McCarthy. Can't happen, they still need work. Helicopters flying over, they also want to see what's going on. There's a lot of things going on. Skalk Engelbrecht coming in from mid-off is going to partner up with Madiri Ditego. And Majola continues with his obsessive lines and lengths. It's not giving much away by Anda. Such a good line, that, because if he continues bowling at that line, the moment he just pushes one a little bit wider, you would expect that Iftikhar Ifti is going to go for a shot.
Mitch van Buren, bit of a stretch. Can roll his arm. Not too sure if he'll be putting himself on shortly from this end.
Would be an interesting choice. Well, if you bat the whole day, can become a little bit stiff. But he's mightily fit, Mitch van Buren. Probably entering the prime of his career. Hasn't felt any better. So hopefully, it's going to be more for him coming into the start of the season.
Yeah, this becomes an interesting phase of play for both sides. Two sides have stuck to their plans. Bangladesh have remained fighting, patient, barely played a shot in anger. When the boundary ball has presented himself, probably there's only been two really that have been there to hit for boundaries. And then I think those two outside edges, which makes it 4 boundaries in the morning, and the rest dots, 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 and a single here and there, which they've then stuck just to their disciplines in their batting. Then South Africa emerging have also stuck to their lines, but haven't got their rewards as well. It's interesting to see who will say they would have feeling like in a good position. I'd say it's obviously Bangladesh will feel slightly better that they're sticking to their plans, and maybe slightly a little bit disappointing, or not disappointing, wrong word, discouraging for South Africa emerging not to maybe get that breakthrough. They would have wanted that. They would have felt that maybe coming in early morning, something might happen for them. Naturally so, because of the mindset you have overnight, picking up 3 wickets later on. They would have known they would have had their work cut out with these two batters.
Catch it! It is! Eventually the pressure tolls. Andile Simelane, or rather Skalk Engelbrecht, takes the catch at that silly mid-off position. And Ankon doesn't make a good connection. Rather Iftikhar Ifti, and he's lost his wicket.
Wow, what a turnaround. Patience shown by Iftikhar Ifti all morning long. Barely pushed at anything and chips it up in the air. And a catching practice for Skalk Engelbrecht actually pumps up the air in celebration. They were so patient this morning. They waited and waited and waited for that mistake. It eventually came overs later. What a feisty performance it was, though, for Iftikhar Ifti. You'll be disappointed with that stroke. I don't think he would have played it any better. Maybe could have left it alone, but the way the runs have been dried up for so long, he unfortunately has to walk off for a well-fought 50, Iftikhar Ifti. Well played.
He sets it up very well, Banda Machola. He was bowling it straight, straight, straight. Once that one that is outside the off stump arrives, you will have to play at it because you've been dried off of the runs. And that was the cause of the wickets. It's very nicely bowled by Banda Machola.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Animal Islam Biblop couldn't take the field yesterday because he had injured his ankle. Here he is now. Animal Islam Biblop comes in at number 6, and that's a critical breakthrough for South Africa. Just before the drinks break, it brings in Animal Biblop.
Animal Biblop, the 26-year-old, runs just under 1,000, 957. Still a pretty young career, averaging 23 and a strike rate of 48, the best of 82. He'll need more than that. He'll need just about over that 82 for your side now, because you've got alongside those 750s. You'll want to add on to those 50s, but it's tough times. Barely any runs being given away. can't imagine how it is for even a new batter now who try to get going and will have to face this accurate, disciplined, persistent bowling from Bayanda Majola.
Welcomes him with a shortish delivery. It's excellent from Majola. It really, really, really is. He's only given away 4 runs in his 5 overs today, and that was in his first ball. It's still moving back in. There's still shape on it. That's incredible. After 56, 166 for 4 with Majola getting the crucial breakthrough in the morning.
Man, that was impressive. The way Bayanda Majola started this morning has been nothing like a young 19-year-old to be able to bowl in that way. So patient, so accurate, so persistent, so easy to lose your head. And he picks up the big wicket of FTK and breaks a 100-run stand as well, just due to patience, nothing else, just patience that broke that partnership. That delivery wasn't moving around, nipping away. And you look at that scorecard there, start for FTK was converted to a 50, but moments later it was gone. And Ankon will be the anchor now.
There's pressure on him to stay until the end of the session. Session is still an hour and 10 minutes away from finishing. Still a lot of cricket to go.
At the beginning of the over, I was bringing up a point about who's going to go against their plans, because Bangladesh emerging was showing their patience in bat in hand. Bayanda Majola was persisting in his lines, as Schalk Engelbrecht, as Janko Smith. And I have to say, it was Bangladesh emerging who gave in, unfortunately.
I think they should bring back that short leg, because that shot doesn't exist if he's there. Leave your short leg, leave short mid-wickets. It's the first time they're not using him for Engelbrecht. And it's one of the reasons why he's been so economical. Those shots really don't happen, and I'm being so honest, because Richard Seletsoane stops that. Ankon is a bit more tentative. That's why Engelbrecht is going at almost less than 2 runs to the over, because they're trying to avoid working with him with the spin. But he's not there, so it's fine. And Engelbrecht is still bowling pretty well. He now has to keep it outside the off stump more often.
No, they'll bring him back. I can tell you that. Especially with that wicket falling. Especially knowing that Engelbrecht will hit it there over and over again. Hasn't given a run in his last 12 deliveries. Or 11 rather.
He's coming around the wicket now, Schalk Engelbrecht. When he did that yesterday, he was pushing it through the off stump, not spinning. And it's still the case. They're happy, South Africa emerging. Schalk Engelbrecht still pushing well. 166 for 4.
Not too sure if you can hear a little bit of banter happening around on the stump mark. South Africa emerging, having plenty of fun, and they are having plenty of fun. Look at those numbers in this first session. 12 overs bowled, only gone for 21 runs. Look at that run rate, 1.75. And 4 of those boundaries that were scored there were 2 streaky ones, outside edges, and the others will give credit to Bangladesh emerging for taking their shots. Other than that, there's nothing being given away. Barely a sniff. That's due to the excellent bowling of Janko Smith alongside Bayanda Majola. Schalk Engelbrecht just joining the attack as well.
Oh, that looks good. That looks real good. It's too good from Majola. My goodness, he's bowling like a diamond. He's no longer rough. That is refined and polished bowling from Bayanda Majola. And he gets Animal Islam Biblop trapped LBW. It's magical, Majola.
Oh, that's so good. So good from Bayanda Majola. Absolutely plum. Sajidul Islam had no choice there but to raise his finger. Look at the celebration. That's all pressure. And I know Biblop couldn't stay for long. If he had tea that he was having, it probably would still be hot out there.
Well, he's going to have more time to enjoy it. He's going to have to think about his dismissal. Because what a ball from Majola. Yes, magical Majola, it works. Because that's exactly what he is. He's bowling phenomenally well. And it brings in now into the proper all-rounders. They read my mind. Into the tails, you can hear them. That's probably Mo Manak. Average of 18, no 50s for Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan. Just 21 years old, starting his first-class career. Didn't bowl too often. He's here. Chaudhry Rizwan. The ball that was bowled to Biblop is the ball that Majola needs to bowl to Rizwan. It was so good from Majola. The pressure has not relented at all. If anything, Mudiri Ditego just took a couple of steps closer to Rizwan. Yeah, he's getting quicker now. Quicker. But look at this ball from Bayanda Majola. The way you must bowl to a brand new batter is exactly like this. You attack the stumps. The length was pitch perfect. I mean, even Biblop knew he was in a little bit of trouble. It was so good. Nipping into the right-hander, hitting the top of middle and leg stump probably. That's what he needs to bowl to Rizwan. That first ball slightly shorter. But working his man, he's on the back foot now, Rizwan. Let's see if he's going to hit a hard length again. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Most likely now, if not another full one, go for that little one that's going to draw him into the front foot.
Yeah, no one more deserving than Bayanda Majola. He's hit those areas over and over again. He's been relentless in his lines and lengths. Look at the messages coming through his captain, Mishwan Buren. He must be really proud of how he's gone about his work. He won't want to take that ball out of his hands. Just has such an easy action. Gets through the wicket with ease. It seems like he can bowl for you for so long.
Look at the move being made by Rizwan. He's purposely moving across the stumps in order to push Majola away from the stumps. But the thing is, when he does that, he starts playing the balls which are too far away. So that's a good leave. And he's going to have to be careful that if he does step across, he doesn't leave his stumps exposed. So a good ball here from Majola would probably be a very full one onto the middle and leg stump to just negate the movement across from Rizwan.
The fun thing about also just bowling consistent lines is that once that ball does a bit of something in the right area and jags back in, which the wicket-taking delivery is probably the delivery that moved the most throughout the whole morning, coming back in viciously onto the pads of Biblop, which gave him no choice to play right across it or all over it. And that's just the rewards of hitting your areas over and over again, because if the ball does do something right in the right area, then you're in trouble. And credit to Bayanda Majola for his accuracy and persistence.
Yeah, that's the one. Goes a little bit fuller, Majola. Must be enjoying his work. He gets the breakthrough. The wicket of Biblop. It's 166 for 5 after 58.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
Any other still drinks? Fine. 1, 2 drinks here, boys.
Last over until drinks. Been on for 58 minutes. After 1 hour, we get drinks. Skalkengelbrecht continues around the wicket.
Do you know what that does? That slight message sent by Ntando Zuma about one more ball, one more over till drinks. It just gets the batsman in the mindset of just get through this over and may force a mistake. I know mind games is such a big thing in cricket, and that slight message of wanting to get through the over so that you can just have a break and regather your thoughts. And you know you don't want to lose your wicket just before that drinks break. I like that. I like that. Just a few messages, and they've been talking a lot, the South African emerging.
It's a fun little game being played here. Just waiting to see what the end game for Skalkengelbrecht will be coming around the wicket versus Ankon. Just want to see where will the wicket come from. Got a little bit of spin that time because when he's coming around the wickets, it's not enough spin. The ball is not turning enough. So it seems as if it just slides across and then it goes back to his conventional line against Rizwan.
There's that field that you've been asking for. Short leg in place. He's preparing to put on the helmet, just out of screen. There he is. Should be Richard Seletwane under that helmet. And a few changes. Madrika to take a swapping with Janko Smith. To take moving to that short mid wicket. Sali Miran again in place.
To be very honest, because they've lost 2 quick wickets here, Bangladesh, this would be a workable field even against Maidul Ankon. Because he needs to protect the rest of the tail and anchor the innings. However, it is not working out for Bangladesh. Lost 2 wickets in the morning after resistance from Ankon and Ifti. They really worked hard, 50 and a 50, and then wickets started falling. We go into drinks. Bangladesh will be going there, and their drinks will taste a little bit salty.
Yeah, we look at that, and it was that early fight from Iftika Ifti that unfortunately was broken eventually. And 50, a few over and after him scoring a 50. Ankon is still there, soldiering on, but lost the wicket of Biblob soon after. And now he's joined by Rizwan, who will join him in the fight. A difficult one, because South Africa emerging are back on top.
Animal Hug will be the next player coming into the tail now for South Africa emerging. Those drinks are going to taste good. Bangladesh have a lot of work to do. They still trail by 352.
Welcome back to Potchefstroom. Just after the sweet drinks break here for South Africa emerging. Picked up 2 quick wickets thanks to Bayanda Majola for his persistent bowling. And he's turned things around for South Africa emerging here this morning. It's Ankon now, the anchor, alongside Rizwan, who is pretty new to the crease. 59 overs done, 167 for 5. Bangladesh emerging in a spot of bother. Partnership is needed now. Still trailed by Mammoth, 352 runs. Look at that attacking field. Silimadon, mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, 2 slips. It's been attacking since the start of this innings. It's been persistent. Pressure on Bangladesh emerging men. Have not had it easy at all. Bit leg-side-ish from Bayana Majola, but he's been in and around that area. Oh, bit full there. Right into the block hole by Bayana Majola. Surprise delivery. First Yorker you've seen this morning from Bayana Majola. He's been hitting that back of the length delivery all morning long. Had not made it easy at all for the Bangladeshi batters. He's barely given away any boundary deliveries or run scoring deliveries. Oh, that's a good line. Testing line again for Ankon. How you'd love a bit of breathing space.
It's no lie that this is very good from Majola. It's an excellent leave from Ankon because he made sure that he covers the entirety of his stumps. The moment you do that, you know exactly where the line of your stumps are. It's pretty ironic that the shot has Mohammed Manak on it.
Don't do that, Bindulu. That's not nice.
Still very good bowling from Bayanda Majola. He just varies his length very nicely to just manipulate the weight of the batter. Do you go forward? Do you go back? Do you give energy to the ball? Do you not? Are your hands soft? Are they not? Do you leave? Do you play? It's a wide one. Ankon drives it, but there's not enough behind the ball. These are the first runs Bayanda Majola has conceded ever since his very first ball. He conceded runs at 8.1. We are on 14.5. All because the ball was wide.
Yeah, first loose one, as you mentioned. Still doesn't go away for a boundary.
He bowled 34 balls on the trot. Bowled 34 balls on the trot without conceding a run. The only 2 bad balls I can think about in that stretch of 34 balls was the one that hit the thigh guard and Zuma needed to dive behind the batter to stop it. And then it was the beamer to Ankon. Those are the only two balls which were relatively poor. But after, in between that, it's been nothing but perfect from Majola.
Mentioned 4 bad deliveries. Only gone for 6 runs. 7 rather.
And look, that first ball that he bowled on 8.1 was not, it was a poor ball. Wide, short, didn't have energy, just floated it in there. It was the first ball of his day. 2 shorts from Engelbrecht, not good. Wonderful shot from Ankon for 4.
Yeah. Probably the first loose delivery we've seen from Schalk Engelbrecht since yesterday, late afternoon. He's also been really accurate. On that occasion, he drags the length a bit too short and wide, allows Ankon to free his arms, and latches onto that one so quickly.
Maybe my cricketing brain is not advanced enough. Because I honestly don't see how they're going to get Ankon out in this manner unless Ankon makes a big mistake. So it's it feels relatively passive because Ankon has good control of the innings now, good control of the pace of the wicket and what the ball does. So this angle doesn't feel threatening. So when I say that maybe my cricket knowledge is not dense enough, I just don't see what the purpose of this angle of attack from Engelbrecht is and what it's going to reap for him.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, Mbendulo. I think one thing was a standout. Just before that drinks break, that last over, there was about 3 deliveries where they brought in the short leg in place. He came around over the wicket, or rather around the wicket. Came over the wicket, and which was a better attacking angle. Now he's gone back to over the wicket. I'm not too sure exactly why as well. I really don't agree with this angle. It doesn't attack the stumps much. There's little room for error. You have to be pitching it in line, and then it also has to turn into the pads to target the stumps. Then when you do make an error, it allows for Ankon to drop on the back foot and hit away with ease, just like you saw earlier in the over with that boundary delivery. So I'm not too sure if that's the best approach, especially taking away the short leg as well. And we look over this day 3, how it started moving day. Certainly moved along quite nicely, and 16 overs done. Still the economy, or run rate rather, still quite low at 1.8 per over. 30 runs only scored in the 16 overs, and 5 boundaries. Hard-earned boundaries, those 3 out of the 5, and then the others, as I've mentioned before already, streaky.
Change of bowler. Banda Majola has done his work. He's bowled 7 overs this morning. So in comes Andile Simelane. Was a touch expensive yesterday. Went for 25 runs in his 4 overs. Didn't have enough control. So South Africa emerging will be hoping that today there's a better string between his hand and the ball.
Yeah, he struggled to get through the crease yesterday. Bowled 2 or 3 no balls in his initial spout, which is a sign where a batter is struggling initially to get through his run-up. And hopefully he's sorted that out this morning, maybe in his warm-ups, and had a few talks with Paul Adams, his bowling coach, on how he can improve that, particularly that economy, to support his bowling partners in the work they've done already earlier this morning.
Bowlers always think, cricketers in total are always also in the game. And so they know when they are performing well and when they are not. Well, sometimes they don't know if they're performing well because they always bash themselves, those guys. But I'm sure Andile Simelane knows that he's below par. And he feels that pressure on himself. And he knows that Banda Majol and Smith have been bowling well. And so he has big shoes to fill. And so you can't just brush that off. And these next two balls, he's retaliated pretty well.
I think for him, it becomes simple. He's got the blueprint from Bayanda Majola. Hit your areas consistently, you'll get your rewards. Patience, patience, patience. You don't have to go searching for wickets. And if you hit that length over and over and over again, it forces the batter to do something different. And then if you do also hit that area consistently enough with that ball dragging back in or away, it does something off the surface, then he keeps you in the game. Yeah, that's where he needs to be. If he can get about 15 deliveries there, 50, 20 deliveries over and over again there, I can tell you something will happen for you. It's proven that here on the surface.
That's how Bayanda Majola got his breakthroughs. He was just on it. Ball after ball after ball. And eventually, after not getting a wicket, after 4 overs in his spell, he got the break in 5 and he got the break in 7. He's now on 2 wickets, Majola. It's very nicely written. This is good from Simelane. It's what he needs to do.
This must be so frustrating for Ankar in particular, who's been out there from yesterday into this morning, and he's got the same thing over and over again, barely any boundaries. I understand for him, it's a bigger responsibility, it's a bigger picture of holding one end and making sure he gets through for his side as the anchor, but you want to score runs naturally. And when you're being forced to stay in a defensive mindset, it's so tough.
Simelane completes a maiden. I'll be happy with that. Ankon has faced 143 deliveries. Ankon doing well. Rizwan yet to get off the mark. 344. They need 196 runs now to avoid the follow-on. Oh, that looks very far, that 196, especially after the loss of wicket of Riftika. Rifti was doing pretty well on his 50. If they get the wicket of Ankon here, South Africa, they can even bowl Bangladesh out below 250 and really be in the game. It's going to be such a tall order for Bangladesh, knowing that you're coming in and still have to chase another 300 runs before you can set score. That's a different kind of psychology because you know then, if you're coming in, following on, you can't lose your wickets, because then losing your wicket guarantees loss of match. South Africa are on a huge advantage right now. Now look at that pressure. They are using that advantage properly now. 4 fielders, including the wicketkeeper, around the bats. This is the stuff. Look at how awkward he played. Because there's no room to play. It's an excellent throw from Daniel Smith. Rizwan was in his ground.
There was a slight plea and appeal. Not too sure what Rizwan was doing there. Oh, just put his bat down on time. Lapse in concentration. Direct hit. Couldn't find him wanting. You can see what pressure does. They could have easily maybe run hard for that quick single there. I'm not saying would have made their ground. But it creates a bit of indecision. When you are under pressure, you're not too sure if you run or not. And often in these situations, you give away your wicket via runner because of the pressure situation that you're in. So many fielders around the bat. You can barely think clearly. You feel clouded and cramped. It's a bit claustrophobic out there.
It is totally claustrophobic. And just look at the unease in which every shot is being played, because with every ball you're thinking, I can't hit it to short leg, I can't hit it to silly mid-off, I can't hit it to silly point. These defensive shots are very high risk. They're very high risk. Engelbrecht can slow the ball down even further. pull the length slightly shorter. Because why not? A little bit of a quicker ball will bring on short leg into play. A slower ball on the off stump is going to bring silly point into play. So there's no way to score. So the question is now, with this setup, where can Rizwan score? And that's what you want. That's what you want. There has no options.
Look at no runs, 13 balls. That's pressure on its own. Ooh. Eventually gets his first run. Tight one, but he gets it. Brings us to the end of the 63rd over. Only one run they got in that over. Another tough one, hard fought over. 176 for 5.
Good fielding for Andile Simelane. The ball has to go through Madiri Ditego. Head down by both Rizwan and Ankon. And it's good running from Ankon. He's going to the danger end. He knows that his partner needs to at least be off the mark. Give you a little bit of confidence, because if you stay on 0 and you ball number 20, you feel like you're failing. But you won't fail with Sporty Bet, who are bringing us this broadcast. The broadcast hasn't failed us either. So it's pretty good. 176 for 5 here for Bangladesh men. South Africa's bowling is not failing them either too. And Andile Simelane bowled well in the last over.
Yeah, we need to stay where he's been. And the Similani has got a massive responsibility now.
Only bowled one poorish delivery in that previous over. At least it was a dot ball. Then the rest of the other 5 were pinpoint. And he's bowling to Rizwan now, so it's a big opportunity for him to get the wicket. Those are the exact areas that he needs to bowl at.
Looking at Rizwan's trigger movement, covering all those stumps. He cannot miss it. Look how far he steps across. If that ball slightly comes back in and hits those pads, makes the decision for the umpire even easier. He cannot miss that one that comes back in. He really cannot. Yes, the ball is not moving drastically, but if one just nips back in it just a bit more than usual, which we've seen one do that already.
Like the idea of, if not a short ball, just to destabilize him a little bit, throw it to the feet. Oh, so you're moving across. Let's send the ball exactly where your feet were. Can your bat make it in time? Can you keep your shape if I target the base of middle and leg? Because he makes his trigger movements prior to Simelane releasing the ball. And so he has to make that adjustment and trust that the ball is going to go where he's set up for. Otherwise, if it's just that wide, it's no need for him to play it, because if it's not straight at his body, it's not going to hit a stump, so it's not a threat.
Yeah, that wider one becomes a tad bit easier to leave because of that trigger movement of stepping right across. But the biggest one that is concerning for me is that straight one. I know unless Milan can push it through a bit more than usual, maybe he can fire one into the pads as a surprise element to what he's doing already. Catch him off balance, plays across the ball, never know. Again, that one will be comfortable.
Even a hard length on that off stump. Even a hard length on the off stump might do the job here, because you have Daniel Smith positioned. You just take away his feet a little bit. The reason why I am lobbying for something to change a little bit is because there is no threat. There's no reason for Rizwan to charge at anything. You have your midwick, your 2 mid wickets. So use them and get them into the game. If you're going to want them to be in, you have to bowl slightly straighter. But it's good bowling nonetheless for Simelane at this instance. It's not losing runs, but to get wickets, which is what South Africa needs, just target the stumps a little bit more.
Again, a bit wide. I'm not too sure about this wide line. Maybe it's trying to tempt Rizwan to go at one, considering it hasn't found run scoring awfully easy. I'm not too sure to attempt him to play that shot. You'll know that it's a bit risky with that short cover in place. Last thing you want to do is give away his wicket.
This is the moment to pounce. 1 from 19. It's a much better line, that from Simelane. Much better line. It's a maiden over still. Could have been a higher quality maiden over. Rizwan left a bit too much.
That's a good delivery to finish the over from Andile Simelane. He started well. Hasn't given much away. A lot better than what he had bowled yesterday, and that economy will look a lot better for him for this morning. It was a bit pricey yesterday, went 6 runs per over. Looks like a different bowler today. 176 for 5. 64 overs done. Skaking back to continue. And again, that angle, Bendulo, that you don't prefer coming around the wicket. I'd love to see the same approach. Short leg, silly mid-on, or silly point.
More than you know, Gamva, you know that I would wish for that too. Because it just feels like passing the time right now. There's no one to get Rizwan on strike. I think that would even be a smarter play. Push people onto the boundary, give Ankon one, and then get Rizwan back on strike, because that's where you're going to get your work in. They don't want to pass up this moment just taking a couple of wickets. It's too easy for Ankon. They're going to keep it to 1 though. Rizwan only has to face 2 deliveries. It's not enough time. And the problem is, the longer he stays out there, he's been out there for 20 balls, the more he stays out there, the easier it's going to be for Rizwan to start getting his innings in motion. So you don't ever want your batter to have eyes on the ball without playing at it. You don't, whenever he plays at it, you want to ensure he plays at a ball that he doesn't want to. You want to ensure that he plays, and he plays the ball where he doesn't want to. So you don't want to pass up the moment. Look at how he was defending the first over. He faced a full over where he could leave the ball. Now he's playing with a touch more confidence now, which is bad news. It's really bad news. He's looking good now, Rizwan. Don't pass up the opportunity. South Africa emerging. 65 overs gone. It's 177 for 5.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
SportyBet's bringing you this broadcast. Man, if you partnered with Real Madrid, you know that you partnered with the real deal. And you watching us here, it means that you are also watching the real deal with Cricket South Africa and Mega Live. 177 for 5 after 65. Andile Simelane to continue.
Yeah, and Milani continuing his good work. Maybe a touch wide in the previous over. Didn't give away too many runs, but can afford to be tighter. The one positive is that it's not loose deliveries that are releasing pressure.
He's bowling much better than what he did yesterday, that's for sure. But it is just a touch wider. Need to play it a little bit straighter. Much better. They're going to keep it to 1. Good coverage coming in from Mohamed Manak. He's bowling better than yesterday, but it's just a bit wide. Just a bit.
Yeah, he is bowling certainly better than yesterday, but you want one more from him. Just a bit closer to those stumps, a bit more in line, a bit more probing. Now it's a bit easy to play on the back foot here on the surface. So Richard Sedetwane looking extremely comfortable on that back of a length delivery. I like this matchup. I think I like it on both sides. Him batting to Schalk Engelbrecht and bowling and facing Similan, because he's got that trigger movement coming across, which then poses opportunity to pick up his wicket via LBW. Similan, he needs to identify that. He needs to identify there's an opportunity there. Just go at those stumps. See if you won't make a mistake playing across that ball. At the moment, he's bowling a bit too short, a little bit shorter than where he needs to be.
That's the line. That's the line. You can even hear the approval from everyone. That's the line.
It's the right line, but maybe not the length. If you've been being over critical. A tad bit fuller, closer to the stumps.
It's doing good. My biggest issue has just been the lines. Even yesterday, the runs that were being given away were the lines. And so just adjusting those lines for him is important. You see, that's just been my issue.
Yeah, that's where I want him to be playing, forcing the batter to play on the front foot, pushing at the ball rather than pushing back. I feel going back on a flat deck, it's too comfortable. But when you go forward, anything can truly happen, because you're now pushing your bat forward. You're now getting the outside edge into play, inside edge into play. Just exactly there. That's where I want him to play. That's what I mean by just a tad bit fuller.
See if he can close the over off here, Simelane. Oh no, he oversteps. Almost finishing. Small things.
That'll be disappointing. I'm sure you would have wanted to sort that out. Looked a bit tight, that no ball.
It's his third no ball. He's bowled 3 of the 4. South Africa have bowled the other one from Janko Smit. That's a little bit of an issue you want to eradicate from your game. But he's gotten it right now, Simelane. He's gotten it right now. That's going to buy him about 2 to 3 more overs in his spell. After 66, 179 for 5. They're doing pretty well, South Africa. The first part of the session was definitely owned by Bangladesh. Then Bayanda Majola, his persistence broke the resistance. Then 2 wickets fell for Bangladesh. And then now it has become a South Africa emerging session from then onwards. Rezwan and Angkon are chained by the absolute supreme South African bowling. They cannot get the score moving.
Yeah, it's been tough going all morning for the Bangladeshi emerging men. Some hard work, hard-earned runs. Has not been easy at all. Nothing's been given away.
They still need 190 to avoid the follow-on. And South Africa will be hoping to bowl them out before that lead is below 250. So if South Africa still trail by 250, the likelihood is that they're might make Bangladesh bat again. Because it's been good bowling from South Africa. It hasn't been too many mistakes from Bangladesh. The mistakes come due to really good bowling. So it kind of feels like forced errors rather than being unforced.
It's all the pressure being put on them. It's just a scoreboard pressure of knowing that the score is not ticking. You feel like you want to do something. It's a natural instinct is about to do one score runs. Ooh. Probably one of the looser deliveries we've seen from Schalk Angelbreg. You see the frustration there. I think the frustration is not about him bowling a wide run, it's about the waste of a delivery because he knows he's got an opportunity to bowl 4 balls on the trot to Rizwan, and now he's wasted one. And what that does, the frustration is because you want to set up a batter, you want to kind of read what he's thinking. So 4 balls is kind of sufficient. Maybe you work him over for 3 and then there's one special one that you have in place, maybe the quicker one. Exactly that one looked quicker. That's the surprise element.
Good stuff from Engelbrecht. Working the over so well. He's sequencing it up. Last one for the over. It's perfect. But also, well played by Rizwan. He's really getting into it now after 31 balls. After 67 overs, 180 for 5. Thing is, the new ball is due in 13 overs. It's most likely going to come just after the start of the second session. And the South African bowlers will be still strong and fit by then. And so they're going to have fresh usage of that ball rather than bowling it at the end of the day. And so for the next 13 overs, it should be an Engelbrecht and Seleka show where they now look to rush the overs and bring that new ball closer.
Caleb Seleka into the attack. And it was slightly also a bit pricey yesterday, bowling the 3 overs, going for 18 runs. Him and Andile Milan didn't have the best of starts, but it's a new day today. You would have watched a few tapes on how he went about his work yesterday, and you'll have probably a few adjustments. 22 overs already gone today, only gone for 35 runs. You want to keep it that way, that economy rate, as low as possible, that run rate. That's impressive, Menula. 22 overs, 35 runs. That's a squeeze out of the Bangladesh men.
He's giving nothing, Schalk Engelbrecht. So now the question is Caleb Seleka. Can he join in? Starts off with a full toss. It's going to be a long chase. A chase too much for Mohamed Manak. 4 runs. Poor ball from Seleka to start off his day.
Yeah. Tough start from Caleb Seleka. On his home ground, knows his conditions best. And does have the neck of giving away boundaries like any other leg spinner. But now in this situation, don't want to give runs away, especially boundaries. I understand singles, but boundaries are such pressure releaser. Ankan has been waiting all morning to be able to get a bit of a breather and get a chance to just play a bit more relaxed. And that's what he exactly wants. Half volley, just to free your arms and smash one. It's a feel-good factor.
It's been a very good innings here from Ankon. It must not be understated. The level of patience that he's exhibiting is extraordinary. He hasn't even given any opportunities. No oohs, no ahs. There hasn't been any near misses. There hasn't been edges. It's really been good batting from Maidul Islam Ankon.
Yeah, he's the big wicket. To Caleb Seck, a wall of good if he can pick up his wicket. Because all bowlers have tried, they've huffed and puffed to bowl at him. He's given nothing away. Hasn't even chipped one in the air, as you mentioned, Bendulo. So if Seleka can get his wicket, maybe the one that turns a bit more than usual.
Recovers it. First ball was pretty poor. The next 5, relatively clean. Goes for 4. It's 184 for 5 after 68.
It's a nice comeback, really, from Caleb Seleka. But disappointed with the start, I'm sure. But he's come back really well at the end of that 68th over. 184 for 5.
The bowling from South Africa has been good. 2 wickets for Majola this morning. 3 yesterday from Janko Smith, and it all happened in the same fashion. Quick wickets falling, 52, 57, 64 for Janko Smith, and then 166 for the 2 wickets for Bayanda Majola. Skalk Engelbrecht with all the loads. He's giving 0 away, and he continues with his work, his changed ends. Bowling is 29th. He's also changed his angles. See how this is going to turn around.
Maybe there's something he feels he's got up his sleeve coming from around the wicket. We're obviously not in agreement with that, but I think maybe he may surprise us from this angle. Or give him the benefit of the doubt.
I think it's a bit different when you do have your 2 attacking options in front of you. Short leg and silly point. But when he was bowling to Ankon, the field was wide open at this angle. There's always something that can happen with your 2 inner ring fielders under the helmet. Ooh, beats the outside edge. Nice little floater.
That's a good delivery. He's answering our questions why from that angle, beating the outside edge, getting outside edge there. That's all gobbled up by the slip fielder. Well, because there's also extra bit of bounce on that delivery, it could have been chipped up straight to the fielder under his nose. Tell you what, Mundarega Diteko would have been patiently waiting for that one. He's taken a really good catch late yesterday afternoon. Dearly love another one. He's a good fielder.
Dealing with it well. Rizwan. Dealing with it well. Straight to Ditego. Ends over number 69. There's 11 left until the new ball. 15 minutes until lunch. It's 184 for 5. They still need 185 to avoid the follow-on.
What they've done well for themselves here, South Africa emerging, is that by the time that new ball comes, minimal damage would have happened. And so at 4 overs, 45 overs remaining before the end of the session. 24 overs bowled in this over. 39 runs gone. That run rate keeps on dropping. It was at 1.8 at one point, now it's 1.6. Yeah, that's tough going.
It's the work of Bayanda Majola and Caleb Sleka. Bayanda Majola bowling 5 maidens on the trot. It's quite ridiculous. Conceding 7 runs in those 5 overs, 2 for 7 in those 5. Here's Majola wearing the number 10. Was superb. Seleka's going to be happy with that single. He now gets to bowl to Chowdhury. He instantly calls for players under the helmets.
Good move. I think he had a good over last over. Besides that one loosener, hit his areas really well. Don't see a reason why he shouldn't have any fielders close to the bat. I have a silly mid-off.
Yeah, those covers are pretty tight. Extra cover was short. Backward point. Nicely done here from Seleka. Majola is being instructed by Zuma to just come in a little bit closer to prevent the single. 2 teammates, Zuma and Majola. That's the ball. That's the length from Seleka. Very nice.
Yeah, he's getting to his own now. He's getting to his rhythm as Caleb Seleka. He's finding his zones and finding his areas. If he is firing now, everyone would have been firing today. It's an excellent sign for South Africa emerging, man. You saw Andy Similani came in this morning with his economy rate at 6 runs per over. It's dropped down drastically to 3.4 per over, which shows the improvement from yesterday. We spoke about his loose bowling and maybe inaccurate bowling. He's come back today. It's a different bowler. And guess what? Caleb Seleka, he's going to drop his from 6 as well down even further. May even go further down than that. 3 with the way he's bowling.
Just sliding through with the hand that time from Caleb Seleka. Nice little variation from his bowling. He is a pretty fine white ball bowler as well, Seleka. Love the angle he's bowling it, because the angle is sharp towards the stumps. It forces Rizwan and Ankon to play the ball regardless. It's excellently done from Seleka. Only 1 run from the over. 10 to go until the new ball. 185 for 5.
Yeah. Over a session rather that will go to South Africa emerging once again. $185 for 5. 70 overs done. And Ankon, he'll have the luxury of not having fields around the bat. But from that angle, you'll see fielders walking in aggressively as the ball's being delivered. Probably coming about 5 to 7 meters in at the point of release.
See, I don't mind that. If you are bowling that to get Ankon off strike and bring Rizwan on strike, 100% agree. Because then you are creating the threat when bowling to Rizwan. Oh, what a catch from Daniel Smith! What an amazing grab! Skalk Engelbrecht with the breakthrough, bringing Rizwan onto the attack. And he attacks. But Daniel Smith behind the stumps. What a magnificent snatch.
Skalk Engelbrecht was working him over in the previous over, persisting with that line. Peppering. The outside edge gets it. Daniel Smith, the reaction time. Low on his right hand. And Skalk Engelbrecht eventually gets his reward for his persistence. What bowling. That will certainly stamp the session for South Africa emerging going into lunch.
That is superb. Chowdhury resistance at 2 off strike rates. 2. But it wasn't about the runs, it was him occupying the crease. He did well, 43 balls. But the resistance could not keep any longer. We saw one beat the outside edge yesterday in the last over. It's almost the identical ball, just slightly wider. But what an insane grab from Daniel Smith.
Pendulo, you can create chances, but when your fielders back you up, gotta give credit to that. South African emerging fielding has been excellent throughout this innings. Motoreka to take an excellent catch. Bayana Machola diving forward, also another excellent catch. Then Daniel Smith to finish it off. And Naeem Hassan comes into the crease. Plenty of experience there. 76 games, 1,821 runs at an average of 18. You'll love that average to go up a bit more. And he's got 5 50s and his best of 68. Yeah, tough times. He'll need that 68 now. Ankon needs him to hang around. Oh, in this pressure situation, hanging around is not the easiest of things.
Ooh, it's not easy at all. Not easy at all. It's not a fun time for a new batter. Gets the inside edge, almost ricocheting back to the stumps, off the pad. Everything is happening for the South Africans. Down the track, straight to Janko Smith. This is good stuff.
Common trend we've seen with South Africa emerging. Once they take one wicket, they take another. And Naeem Hassan, he's not holding back. He's showing his intentions already. Sweeps in this occasion, not a convincing sweep. Oh, that will make for an interesting period of play here. They did not run. Pressure.
Yeah. Ankon needs to preserve the strike for the next over. Has to protect Naeem Hassan some way, so Hassan must survive. Ooh, let that one go, Hassan. Let that one go. He survives, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long you'll survive for with playing a shot that wide. Survival may not be his option. He wants to change the momentum. I don't think that's the smartest thing to do here. Many have tried, but many have failed. And Ankon is a great example of that, of showing patience. Look at that batting order. The 2 at the top who attempted to fight, but were dismissed by Janko Smith, the 3. And then it was FT for the fight earlier this morning. It didn't last long after he scored his 50. Then Ankon is in desperate need of a batting partner because everyone is just tumbling away. You saw Rizwan. He thought maybe hanging around there and holding your own was good enough, but not.
He's been the key here, and he will remain the key. Ankon, they need 183 to avoid the follow-on. That is not easy.
Exactly what you want. Give him the single. Then get the new batter on strike. Squeeze him out, get the field in. You'll see shortly a few fielders coming in. The camera right now. They'll come in shortly. There we go. Mudirek Tuteko coming in there. You'll probably see another one shortly. There's that field set. It's pretty tight. You may see that cover quite far, but you'll come in pretty close as the ball's about being delivered. See how aggressively they walk in.
Ooh, this is tight. The ball just slides a little bit also from Caleb Slegger, which is what makes the angle that he is releasing the ball at so crucial. Just notice how wide of the crease he's releasing this ball to create that angle. It's far wide. That was the googly to turn back into the right-hander. That's very nice from Slegger.
Yeah, I would love to see how Naeem Hassan plays the next couple of deliveries. He's looking out of sorts at the moment.
Ooh, problems. But the solution is found from Naeem Hassan. It's a fit shot. Goes down on a knee and sweeps it away for 4.
Yeah, Naeem Hassan has no intentions of hanging around and blocking he won't be doing that. You can see he's playing aggressive strokes. It may work for him if he gets it right, but the question is for how long can he get it right? New batter out there, it is not easy. An easy sky one up in the air. Probably would have had his fair share of overs to watch from the changing room and would have had a plan on how he wants to bat. Big question is, will his plan work in this game situation? Is his plan required? Well, we'll find out in the next couple of overs just before lunch. At 72 overs done. He rocks on the back foot there, just squeezing it out. If he dares to miss that, that is crashing into his pads and he'll be plump.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
Sporty bet, and we wonder what Naeem Hassan will be betting on with his aggressive batting. Maybe he'll be betting on his abilities to put bat on ball. Well, Bangladesh will be betting on Ankan right now to get them through this difficult period, though he needs someone to back him up.
Engelbrecht has been very much threatening. Very good bowling. Will Ankon take the one and expose Naeem Hassan? Yes, he does. It's all good. It's all good for South Africa here. Skalk Engelbrecht is only asking for one under the helmet, not both of them. Smart thinking bowler. Engelbrecht always working his head.
I think he asked for one because he probably feels he's probably got a big opportunity of getting him caught out. So he wants more fielders having that option of picking up a catch rather than maybe inside edge, or because he's not defensive at all. So there's more chance of him skying one. Interesting. What's the choice they've selected? Is the short leg in place? Yeah, it is the short leg in place.
It was a wonderful ball to get the wicket of Rizwan. Just pushing it through across. And Rizwan had to defend. Hitting it straight to Richard Seletswane. The deflection stops the ball to Bayan Damachola for a dot.
Yeah, pull that one away right on these stumps. Boy.
No, he might be a lower order batter, Naeem Hassan, but he did score a 50 last season for the East Zone. We discussed yesterday that the high quality of cricket in Bangladesh, they concentrate the players into 4 teams and distribute them into zones. Hassan plays in the Eastern Zone, and to his west, rather to his east as well, there's Modiri Ditego, who's on it.
Yeah, he's using hard hands. Quick single taken by Naeem Hassan, and maybe 4 beating Yanko Smith at mid-off. All timing on that. Positive batting has been for Naeem Hassan.
So good. Just shifting his weight forward. Pushes the ball forward. And the players were waiting to see if there's enough time for another over. There's not enough time for another over. Because of that, it is going to be lunch. It's a great session of cricket for South African cricket. 28 overs, 51 runs. Of those 51 runs, 32 of them were boundaries. So that means that their dot ball percentage is exceedingly high, hence the run rates being below 2. You really want that run rate, or rather that dot ball percentage, to be as low as possible. Ankon walks out, starting off the day, and he's survived well too.
If you missed out earlier this morning, yeah, the pictures from this morning, a few streaky boundaries from Ifti. And a good boundary scored as well. But it was tough going. You may see those shots being played. A lot of those went to fielders. And it was the persistence of Bayana Majola who picks up the wicket there of Ifti. Chipped up in the air to Schalk Engelbrecht. Then the one that jacked back in to Biplop. And that's when everything just turned around for South Africa emerging.
Caleb Selega came in. Still, Schalk Engelbrecht was operating. And what a catch from Daniel Smith. Out of all the great catches, that one absolutely takes the chart. The lovely little shot to end the session. Bangladesh have the last laugh, but South Africa still have the script in their hands. They have massacred this Bangladesh lineup. A good start, 50 partnership at the top by Zakir and Deepu. And then 3 quick wickets. Ifti and Ankon put it together for a 100-run partnership, and then 3 quick wickets again. To see Bangladesh on 196 for 6 with 73 overs left.
Now you look at that hard-fought partnership right in the middle there from Ankon and Ifti. 102 of 218 balls. They fought, they huffed and puffed, but it was not enough. Ifti lost his patience and chipped it up in the air to Schalk Engelbrecht. It's Ankon who holds the keys for survival for Bangladesh emerging. And I say survival because it is tough going out there. Don't see how they'll be able to surpass that runs required to avoid follow-on. And looking at South Africa's bowling from this morning, it was Janka Smith who opened up the day, who bowled really well as well, but didn't really get much out of his bowling, and Bayana Majola who got the breakthroughs with those 2 wickets, and Schalk Engelbrecht backed him up with a wicket. And Similani and Caleb Seleka look good for their couple of overs that they bowled today, a lot better than what they produced yesterday evening.
Yeah, Similani's 2 maidens coming on this morning. Still though, the wickets coming off Schalk Engelbrecht, the latest one, and Bayana Majola, pick of the bowlers this morning. Absolutely outstanding. Taking 2 wickets, the important one of Ifti as well. So 196 for 6 for Bangladesh emerging. They trail by 323. It's moving day. The first session has moved pretty well on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. The players are going for lunch. Bangladesh need 173 runs to avoid the follow-on. Let us go enjoy a little meal, and we'll see you again in 35 minutes with Bangladesh on 196 for 6.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on Sporty Bet. Bet smart. Play Sporty Bet. This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With AutoBet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play SportyBet.
Lunch is done. Hope you enjoyed yours like we enjoyed ours. 196 for 6. Bangladesh still trailed with 323 runs. Ankon keeping it steady, 70, not out. Ifti has lost his wicket earlier on due to amazing bowling from Banda Majola alongside Skalk Engelbrecht. We are back on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. This broadcast brought to you by Mega Live. Pendulo Makubane in commentary. I am with Gamba Nyigana for the whole day. It's so much fun.
So much fun indeed, and a team that would have had so much fun in that first session was South Africa Emerging, picking up 3 more wickets. And thanks to Bayanda Majola and Skalk Engelbrecht, who will probably be bowling the next over after Caleb Seleka. We are 196 for 6 after 73 overs. A tough session it was for Bangladesh men's emerging. The anchor, Ankon, 70 of 161 deliveries. Fought hard with Ifti in that first session, but he hasn't had a partner since. Needs one desperately, Naeem Hassan. Who's looked somewhat aggressive in his first 14 deliveries, looking to change the momentum for his Bangladesh men, playing aggressive strokes, positive mindset. And just maybe that's the way to go after the lunch period. Had a very tough first session. 51 runs scored in that first session at 1.6. And it will be interesting to see what conversations took place for the Bangladeshi men emerging in that lunch period as to how they'd go about this exact session.
It really moved in the morning, didn't it? Everything was happening. It's a nice ball from Caleb Seleka. He started off a little bit offish in his first over. Boy, has he recovered well. 2 balls remaining in the over. Things South Africa emerging would do to get the wicket of Ankon.
Maybe it won't be too much of a concern if wickets are falling on the other end. I think the best option for them is just keep Ankon off strike and then carrying on with what you're doing on the other end and picking up wickets. It's worked perfectly, for now at least. That's the end of the first over after lunch. 74 overs done. 196 for 6.
Naeem Hassan. He's faced 14 deliveries. Started slow, just like Rizwan, but Rizwan was much slower. Had a tough time organizing himself. Naeem Hassan has come in, played a flurry of shots, played a wonderful sweep shots versus Seleka, went down for 4. He's active, Hassan. And any wicket here for South Africa will be a good one. They'll be hoping to bowl Bangladesh out by the end of this session. They have 2 hours to do it. And most importantly, they want their bowlers to have as minimum loads as possible. So they'll try to bowl them out and have their bowlers bowl less than 100 overs so that they can come back again tomorrow.
single taken. One of the easier runs scored off Skalk Engelbrecht. Every run that's almost been hit off him has been tough single taken, a tight one. Again, taking away those fielders that were close underneath the helmet for Skalk Engelbrecht. Would have expected for them to start after the lunch period with fielders for Hassan near the bat. But they've gone against that. And we'll have Skalk Engelbrecht persisting with the angle of coming around the wicket.
Don't think Ankon is going to make the mistake again of offering strike early in the over. Just one of the things that you need to work out with, especially now with number 8. He has to control majority of the innings because so much of the weight is on him. Engelbrecht has been bowling phenomenally, and the new ball is 5.5 overs left.
Misfield, probably the first error you've seen off the field. South Africa emerging have barely made any errors in the field.
Nonchalant from Caleb Sleka. Was going for an easy pick up and throw, but the ball just bounced awkwardly. Ankon needs to find a single here to end this over. Sleka is going to have Naeem to bowl to. Should be Ankon keeping strike.
Good bowling from Skalk Engelbrecht. Good start, 75 overs done. 199 for 6.
172 deliveries faced by Ankon. 75 overs bowled. 199 for 6. They need 5 overs until that brand new ball. Janko Smith hasn't bowled for a while. Bayanda Majola has taken a well-deserved break. Bangladesh emerging took it, and on over number 84, that's when they took their new ball. Caleb Seleka, though, will continue operating with the old ball. No one surrounding the bats, which is a big surprise. Massive surprise. Only a short extra cover, Mitchell van Buren. Don't know why they would push Simelane down too long on, especially bowling to Naeem Hassan.
I think it's because of that aggressive nature of Naeem Hassan. Maybe it's the one positive you can take from him looking to be positive is that he's pushed the fielders near him away. Ooh, might have been Pat first. That was a query from Ndando Zuma. Squeezing it out just in time. Have a look at that again. Oh, having bat there.
Just saved by the inside edge, Naeem Hassan. Yeah, it's all the more reason why it's a wonder that there's no one around the bat. It's 200 up for Bangladesh. Oh, it's a nice little win to get to that 200 mark. Still 169 runs behind to avoid the follow-on. Have to get that trail to 150 or less. Full toss. Seleka. Not pitching the ball that time, at least it goes for no runs. Ooh, plays that devilishly late, Ankon. Great stop from Seletswane. He's easy to pick up. Seletwane is the only one who's wearing the hat. It's good bowling this from Caleb Slecker. It's good batting from Ankon as well. It's good cricket overall. It's trusting Naeem to keep the strike a little bit. Spin for Seleka to end over number 76. Just turning back towards Ankon. Looked pretty good. 76 overs gone. 200 for 6. South Africa, they were scoring their hundreds in 150 balls. Bangladesh, much slower. That's what wickets can do for you. This 100 taking them nearly 45 overs. Took them 250 deliveries. That's 41 overs bowled for 100 runs. Skalk Engelbrecht. He has short leg, darts it in quick. He has 6 balls to work Naeem Hassan. It's well played from Hassan, late. He's going to bowl it sharp here. Skalk Engelbrecht. Waiting to see for that slower one. So be careful of the setup here if you're Naeem Hassan. Most likely going to push it across the stumps to try and get the same wicket that he got of Rizwan. Oh, nearly. Very nice from Engelbrecht. It's so smart. The first 3 balls darted up straight onto the stumps. Get the bat used to playing tight to his body. And then he bowls one that's slightly wide. Hassan needs to adjust. Wasn't an easy chance for Zuma. It would even be unfair to call that a chance for Zuma. Bottom edge is ridiculously tough to deal with. It's much easier when they take the top edge. 1 ball to go.
Yeah. Fired in and chopped it just past those gloves. Exceptional, difficult opportunity.
This is interesting. Ankon is giving a lot of strike to Naeem Hassan. It's not bad. He's faced 21 balls, Hassan. 203 from 6. Was trying to pick up the conversation between Dando Zuma and Mazizi Kampu. Didn't pick it up.
You were saying to Mazizi Kampu, usomuhle manje in isiZulu.
I'm trying to figure muhle kanjani. Are you looking handsome? You looking clean, or is your umpiring clean? Is your cricket clean? Hi. Guess we'll never know. Inside edge for Sleka. Off Naeem. Naeem gets off strike. Yeah, there's still a nice easy single here. And so Ankon is going to be on strike. No one around the pitch for Caleb Sleka. Something that's brand new. Mid-wickets and short extra cover being employed. Goes past the short extra cover. Easy one.
Yeah. Just wonder how Caleb Zlega can find a way to put pressure on these two batters at the moment. At the moment, it's looking a little bit too easy to knock around. I see there might be a fielding change as we say that a batter underneath the helmet. I think that's what we want to see. Stay aggressive. You still have an opportunity here with Naeem Hassan. He's giving you a window of opportunities that maybe half chances at best at the moment. But you want to have the fielders in the right place to take those half chances.
Yeah, I didn't understand what the tactic was in the last Selega over. You're just giving them freebies and you're not giving something Selega to work with, and I think that's the issue. Now it's already different, Naeem. He's trying to open the face of the bat to send it to that third area. That's good. Because if you don't have the fielders around that can be the attacking options, you're asking for the bowler to just go through the motions. He's not having an area to target. Makes his job a little bit harder. So I like this. Tightening the extra cover area, putting in the short leg. It makes his bowling a bit more effective. Look, at all of a sudden, this big confusion. Massive call for Ankon. Had to listen, Naeem. Have to listen to your partner's call, especially if it's that strong.
Have to see there at the point of the ball passing the backward point where they were.
Yeah, South Africa weren't happy with the loud scream. Nicely bowled from Seleka to end the over. Yeah, the issue that they were having is the loud call from Ankon. He screamed at Naeem about 4 times, saying, yes, 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 yes. South Africa was saying, overshouting. That's why Sajidul Islam was trying to calm it down, saying it's a teammate to teammate thing. It's not a one team to another team. So there's not too many issues with that, especially calling for a run where wickets are at hand. That's the little conversation.
Is that a thing where you can't, there's limitations on how loud you can shout?
I think there's something with it if you are doing it to your opposition. Short mid wickets and behind the short leg, just take note of that. But I've never taken note of that because calling between the wicket is such an intense thing. So I've never heard of that, which is probably why umpire Sajidul Islam just put it to the side as well. Oh, it's quick. And it's gone. Skalk Engelbrecht bowls a sharp, quick one. And it traps Naeem Hassan LBW. And I've been saying, why is Ankon giving him the strike? This is the reason why.
And that's what persistence does. Skalk Engelbrecht, he's been probing and probing and probing all day and gets his reward. He's absolutely pumped. Naeem Hassan rocks on the back foot, plays all around it, and he has to walk off for 15 on just 25 deliveries.
Naeem Hassan, he tried to resist, and he's gone. He's only scored those 2 fours. He was looking positive. But a sharp delivery from Skalk Engelbrecht. A very good ball. He was going on to his bank foot, and they rushed him. Excellent bowling from Skalk Engelbrecht. Deserves all of his rewards. Brings in Ashraful Rohan into the crease.
There's Ashraful Rohan's numbers, averaging 32. Only a minimum of 229 runs. And at a strike rate of 47, best of 46. Yeah, things are not getting better for Bangladesh emerging men. Situation is looking closer and closer to that follow-on situation. And you could feel the wicket of Naeem Hassan was coming. You could really feel it.
Ran Ashraful bowled 44 overs. And he did pretty decently with the ball, Rohan. Now he's going to face his own medicine. He was bowling to tons of right-handers, spinning the ball away from them. Now he's going to face Engelbrecht, who's going to be spinning the ball away from him. So let's see if he can deal with it, especially with Engelbrecht, with his tail up. He's been so good.
Ooh. Maybe a short leg moving in there would be worth it.
Is this you now speaking about short legs? Okay.
Why not? Get them in there. Get them in there, Scott. You currently have it on a string, and why not?
Especially to the new batter. Put all of them around there. Why not? Finish the innings now.
Certainly sliding down leg. And a slide plea, I think Skalk Engelbrecht knew exactly what the decision would be there. Did not turn as much as the other deliveries as well. But good bowling nevertheless.
It's very nicely done from Engelbrecht. So much flight and dip. Because he's a tall lad, Skalk Engelbrecht is much taller than what you think. You have to meet him in real life to understand that he's quite enormous. And so when he releases that ball, it comes from a very high point, and it just dies on you due to those revolutions. It's 208 for 7 after 79 overs. This broadcast still brought to you by SportyBet, and it will be continuously. Thank them for their support. South Africa with support deep in the boundary at deep mid-wicket. But yes, do this for Ankon as well. That's the idea. This is good. Short leg in, short extra cover in. Why not? Even against the man who sets, because now he's going to be looking for those singles at the end of the over. His only way to score runs now is through boundaries.
Yeah, to be interesting time now for Ankon on how he's going to go about managing this tail end batters. Was he going to go for the runs? Will he hog the strike? Hoard the strike, rather. And he'll take the single. Maybe thinking two in a slight bit of a gap. But a single is taken.
Don't mind that, South Africa. Don't mind that at all. Ankon must pick up the fact that he must bat. It is losing partners at the other side, and so here's a new part of managing the game. He came in at number 4. He has to find ways to bat with number 9, 10, and 11. So taking a 1 halfway through the over against a spin attack that has their tail up is a bad idea. Ball is spinning towards Rohan. Look at where Engelbrecht is. Look at where Van Buren is, just next to the pitch. So much pressure.
a bit of misunderstanding. Late off the mark was Rohan. Very late. What will be interesting though, at the end of this over, new ball will be due.
Yeah, Dandozuma after that asking if should we have the silly point or actually not the short leg. That was the little chatter. I kind of agree if he's gonna bowl that line.
It's easy pickings there on the legs. Don't want to give freebie runs like that. And so he's trying to target those pads, but maybe too much in that occasion.
It's not a bad single either from Ankon. Just need to survive this one ball, Rohan. Must bowl it a touch straighter.
Double to the end over number 80. 211 for 7. New ball is available. The question is, will they want to take it? I think for now, they may stick with Skalk Engelbrecht with that old ball. You can see there, just below that score, new ball is available. Interesting times now. Anker Smith hasn't bowled much today, so he'll still be pretty fresh to take that new ball. I think what they'll do is they'll see if Skalk Engelbrecht will get much purchase from the bowling to Rohan, see what he can do, what damage he can do for a couple of overs, and then if it's not working, then you have the luxury of that new ball. But for now, things are working, so you don't have to change what's already working.
Big advantage as well is that Engelbrecht can bowl with the new ball. He's like a kind of Bjorn Fortuin who's right-handed as well. So even when the ball is brand new, he took this ball within the first 10 overs of the innings. I don't like this from Ankon. Why are you exposing your player? You saw how he had to scramble the previous over to get back onto strike on that third ball. And so he's giving Rohan responsibilities here that he should be taking. It's more even from a team perspective, Kamva, that your team needs you to score. Your team needs you to bat, because if you are not batting, chances are wickets will be falling on the other end. And so the field placing is becoming even more tighter simply because of those reasons.
Look, it's a tough situation for him because it's one of two things. It's either he's rotating the strike because he trusts Rohan to continue, and we see that new ball being taken by... They're taking it. They rolled out the old one, brought onto the new one. Mazizi Gambu, he will wave that to the scorers and wave it out to everyone to see that the new cherry will be in the hands of Skalk Engelbrecht. He may get a bit of extra bounce and turn. People are just waiting for Rohan to be on strike. He did say he took it 10 overs after the new ball. Now he's got it fresh. And see what purchase. Certainly bounce will be there for him. And that seam also would be nice to grab that new cherry.
He's a new ball spin bowler, Skalk Engelbrecht. Second innings, he opens frequently when he's playing. So this is nothing foreign to him. Took the new ball at over number 8. He's doing it now. What you're also going to get with this new ball is for it to slide. If it doesn't pitch on the seam, it's going to slide through because of that lacquer that covers the ball. So it's going to slide through because of that shine.
Oh my word. Leaves that right on off stump. You don't want to be caught napping when that one slides on.
It's a brave leave. That's a very brave leave. Trusted the turn.
You can see Rohan is really unsure, uncertain.
I'd be happy if Engelbrecht pulls it just ever so slightly. A slight pullback of the length. Just a touch too full if it's that straight, because it's not giving the ball enough time to turn and to bamboozle the bat. But it's still incredible bowling, this from Engelbrecht. That's the thing. If it hits the seam, it will grip and turn. If it hits the body and the leather, it's going to slide through. That's what makes the new ball such a big threat in the hands of the correct spin bowler. And so the fall of wickets shown very nicely as Janko Smit comes to the attack, because he took the first 3. It took them 23 minutes to take those 3 wickets. And then in the morning, Mayanda Majola took 7 minutes to take 2. It was very hard to get the wicket of Chaudhry Rizwan because he was resistant, almost batting for a full hour until Skalk Engelbrecht came with the breakthrough. Then 19 minutes after the start of the session, we have gotten another one. Skalk Engelbrecht with the sharp dart, trapping Naeem Hassan, an LBW. But he took 3 wickets in a matter of 20 minutes. Here he is, Janko Smit, hasn't bowled in a while. He returns.
Starts off with accuracy as he's done for his full 14 overs, hitting the mark.
It's now more than ever that Ankon must keep the strike. Remember also, when you practice on conventional fields, where to find your pockets, etc. South Africa are using unconventional fields, so Rohan has less ability to keep that going compared to Ankon.
I'll tell you what, Ankon's going to take his single. I believe he still has the intent of wanting to run, regardless of the match situation. I think he backs Rohan to bat through. Bit too wide in that occasion.
I mean, you can back him to bat through, but you've backed the other batters and they didn't pay off. What are the chances that a batter who's even lower is going to be the one who stands against the might of Janko Smit? I mean, even Ankon has problems. What are the chances that Ashraful Rohan is going to be able to deal with this?
Well, Manuel, if you're having trouble, might as well take the runs on offer. If you're not getting runs anyway, you might as well run when you have the option to run. Runs haven't been coming all day long. So if you're going to sit there and then hog one end and face those kind of deliveries, basically, you'll probably find yourself walking back to the shade as well.
It's a little bit of a tricky one, because it's all about time. It's about batting for as long as you possibly can to force the game and the decisions for South Africa.
2 sounds better. They'll stick to 1.
Yeah, not too bad. There's 2 balls remaining in the over. You're asking Rohan to keep 2 balls out. Because here's the thing. The best way to change the strike is on ball number 4. And definitely, you don't want to change strike before ball number 4 arrives. You give the least amount of balls for your tail ender to face. Like, look already how intense it is. 3 slips. Basically a silly extra cover, you might even say, where Skalk Engelbrecht is. It's going to be nice and full here from Janko Smit.
Oh, that's a good line. Probing at it is Rohan.
That's why they must run on ball number 5, so that he only faces 1 ball. If possible, run on ball number 6 so that he faces none. because Janko Smith, you need to assess what's happening. Janko Smith is right up there with Banda Majola in terms of their bowling today. He was the pick yesterday. Majola is the pick today. So you must still be wary who's bowling. You must be very wary. Don't allow Rohan to face Smith. That's a fantastic ball. So dangerous.
Yeah, we talk about the dangers of this new ball. And Janko Smith is probably the biggest threat with the new cherry. Look at the accuracy with how he's gone about his work. That one straight delivery there, but everything else is right and there and thereabout, asking all the questions. And that was a beauty, this one here. Just evading that outside edge. And the last one, right into the toes, keeping the batter honest.
Bowling change, right arm over and gone.
Majola. Here he comes from the university end. It's very good, Manda Majola today. Yeah, good as an understatement. It's been nothing short of brilliant. He legitimately only bowled 4 bad balls. And out of those 4, 2 of them you'd even forgive. It was the first ball of his spell this morning was wide and driven for 4. Then he bowled 35 dot balls on the trot. That's why that economy rate is at 1.9. Out of those 7 maidens, 5 of them were this morning in his 7-over spell. And in he comes with a fresh cherry in his hand. Yeah, that was his first ball. Also in his first spell, it was a floating loosener outside the line of the off stump. But earlier on this morning, after toiling so hard, he found the breakthrough. It was Ifti first, driving it straight to Skalk Engelbrecht, and then this peach. A wonderful ball. He gets his second trapped LBW for Animal Biblop. That's it. He takes the run, Ankon. He takes the run. And now it's going to be on Majola to target the stumps.
Yeah, best believe Majola would do exactly that. After that straight delivery in the first over like he did earlier this morning, he never ever again missed any area. He was probing all morning long till he got his wickets. And I bet he won't do anything less right here to Rohan. It's those challenging lines to the lower order batters that the top order were able to leave and play maybe right behind them. Now it's a bit more of a challenge with the new cherry.
A nice full ball outside the off stump might do the trick. You're expecting less foot movement. 3 fielders covering the cover drive. So full outside the stumps. That's going to allow Rohan to just pip it away for a single. Not a good ball from Majola. And simply because, not because of line length or accuracy, just because of the situation. You want to keep the new batter on the field, on attack. So Ankon working very slowly towards his runs, currently on 80. They still need 154 runs to avoid the follow-on. And the thinking would be, if you dismiss a team and they are still less than halfway of the runs that they require, what are the chances that on a more deteriorated surface that they are going to outscore their first innings? So say Bangladesh get bowled out here for 250, they still behind by 269. If you bowl them out at 250, what are the chances that they are going to score 250 again?
Very little, Mpendulo, to answer your question. Chances are slim at the moment, and not just that, but it will be a less confident batting lineup because they know they didn't bat well. There'll be a lot of doubt in the batters' minds. Didn't get to score runs in the first innings. There'll be a tad bit of more desperation, and that desperation tends to get you into trouble because you're now pushing at delivery. You shouldn't be pushing it because you want to get runs. You want to show that you're positive. There'll be noise around you a lot more than the first innings because there's a different belief to the setup that's bowling to you. And dealing with a hungry Yanko Smith, Bayana Majola coming in, knowing that they want to wrap up this game and get victory. It's a different prospect to what you were facing in the first innings.
It's not going to be easy for Bangladesh. They will want this innings to spill into the third session. If they don't, then South Africa are very much en route to getting a result. And you also just note how long it takes them to take the wickets. 90 overs is a day's play. And so if they are able to take 10 wickets within 90 overs, there'll be a high belief that they can be able to get another 10 wickets in another 10 overs. In another 90 overs, rather. But you have to start the innings today if Bangladesh are to bat again. They have to start batting today to try and force a result. Straight. They're going to try and push for 2. It's a good hit from Rohan. Comes back for 2. Funny enough, when it's Yanko Smith bowling to Rohan, wouldn't even mind him coming around the wicket then because Smith has had good control over the ball regardless of which side he comes from.
I actually prefer him around the wicket. I feel he's a bit more of a threat from that angle because he forces you to play at everything. Not that Rohan can deal with the one coming across him.
It's a bit too straight from Smith. First 2 balls just targeting the legs. It's not the way to go. It's not good balls from Smith bowling to a new lower order left-hander. It's too easy. Nice to deal with for Rohan. So yeah, wouldn't mind him coming around the wicket against the left-hander. Challenge the outside of his bat, challenge his off stump.
You wonder what he's thinking. He's obviously trying to feed those slips, those 3 slips that he has in place. Another quick single taken. Overthrow. That may be a boundary as well, sounding like Ayana Majola might have done himself a tough one there. Yeah, freebie runs. Maybe no need to throw it. He had made his ground comfortably. Did Rohan?
That's 5. It's 5 runs. Those 4 overthrows will count as runs to Rohan. They will count as runs to the bowling of Yanko Smith. Needs to get the line outside the off stump. Is starting 2 straight here, Yanko Smith. Good pickup from Caleb Slager. The defense from Simelane trying to back up, then Majola trying to back him up. Majola rolls over the boundary. This gives him a little bit of trouble. 3 balls to go. Almost the line from Yanko Smith. If he can pitch it on the middle stump and just pull the length ever so slightly, he'll be in the game. Nah, the length is good. Just get the line a little bit straighter. Started on middle stump. At that particular length, it's going to be the way to go. That's it. That's the line. Pulls the length even way back. And it's a dot ball.
Yeah, I'd love to see Jankasma change his angle. Now he's still threatening from over the wicket. But I feel just more of a danger. He's got two options, outside edge and the stumps.
That's much better. The last three balls were getting closer to where he needs to be against Rohan. It ends the over. It's 223 for 7 for Bangladesh men's emerging. Bangladesh later on in the year, the main Bangladesh team will be coming in to play against South Africa. That tour will be sandwiched in between the Australia and England tour. So that tells you of the very good relationship that South Africa are building with Bangladesh cricket. Be playing 2 test matches starting on the 15th of November. So that's way late up into the year and into the year. But if some of these gentlemen playing here can break themselves into that Bangladesh squad, current Bangladesh Cricket League is happening, and many other forms of cricket happening in Bangladesh, you can pick your hand up. Say, look, I performed. Take, for instance, a Deepu. Take, for instance, what Angkon is doing right now. Like, you know the conditions because the 2 test matches will be in Pretoria and in Johannesburg. So they'll both be in Highveld, just like they're playing here in Potchefstroom because this is also Highveld, so the conditions will be familiar.
Yeah, familiar, but a bit more tougher to bat out there. Not as flat as the surface here in Potchefstroom at the NWU Oval. The high fault, that's catching the outside edge. But more movement. Here now in Potchefstroom, so you have to deal with the Potchefstroom conditions, which are also challenging in themselves and not easy to bat out there, considering South Africa emerging are just hitting their mark over and over again, so persistent.
It's the bowling from South Africa that is the difference between the two teams. And more than just the bowling, it's the captaincy. It's the strategy, it's the tactics, the planning of South Africa that makes the difference. It helps that the bowlers hit their marks, just like this. Really does help.
You know, it's one thing having plans and having a plan on how you want to bowl, but sticking to them is what has been outstanding from Majola, Engelbrecht, Smith. It's all been at a high level. And it's just the accuracy. Even Caleb Sileka today and Andile Similani have shown that they want to be part of the fight. They made a massive difference because if they had come on, release all the pressure, give boundary deliveries, give runs, it's a different game situation. We're probably not even talking about follow-on. So maybe we even sway their decision on a follow-on. But now they backed that, they opening bowlers up. They dried up the runs, barely gave away any runs away. And then allow the other guys who are having better outings to then pick up those wickets because pressure was never released at any point. Yes, maybe there was an odd boundary delivery given, which was also big gaps in between those boundary deliveries. So, and also what I do like about how Andile Similani and Caleb Sileka, although they may have felt that they were out of the game, what they did really well was that they didn't go searching for wickets. They didn't want to like, oh, I want to be part of the game, I want to press on. They just stuck to their responsibility, their role. They understood their role at the time to hold up one end, to back up your other ball and other who's bowling better. You saw Caleb Sileka bowling alongside Skalk Engelbrecht. He held up an end, bowled really well. Andile Similani backed up Majola, which allowed him also to come back for other spells as well. And that's something that's very underrated when you are able just to stick to your responsibility.
Coming around the wickets here, Majola. I like this angle of attack versus Rohan. Feel like bowling over the wickets to a top order batter is effective. Bowling around the wickets to a lower order left-handed batter is effective. And so it just looks more threatening for Majola. And it's very important, the points that you raise up, Gamva, that you as a captain, it's easy for you to manage your strike bowlers if the rest of your bowling attack is also raising their hands in the manner that they should. And I even liked the fact that momentarily, for about 2 to 3 overs in tandem, it was Seleka and Simelane bowling at the same time. Because Simelane came to replace Majola. On the other side, it was Caleb Seleka before Skalk Engelbrecht came in. And whilst they were bowling together, still, they didn't give those runs away and they held it down. I think that's very important to have. I think it's very important to have as a captain, that slower ball from Majola, it seemed like. Ends the over. 224 for 7 after 85.
Seems like all the South Africa emerging bowlers are all on the same page on what they need to do, regardless of situation. No selfishness shown of, I want to take charge of the game situation right now. I want to be the star player picking up wickets. It's just knowing your place and knowing when you need to be, and understanding your opportunity will come. Look at how today's proceedings have gone in comparison to day 1 and 2. 40 overs been bowled today, 79 runs and 8 boundaries in just 40 overs. And look at that wickets column 4. And that run rate, yeah, it's looking sorry at 2. It just really tells the story of how good the bowling has been today. And in comparison to the day 1 and 2, when Bangladesh was bowling majority of the time, different bowling, not as accurate, and didn't bowl as a unit, didn't back each other up.
Nice little clip from Ankon. Beautiful little clip. Wonderful timing. 2 full and straight from Smith. One of the very few ones he bowled. Gets rightfully hit away for 4.
Yeah, he does have that odd delivery, that like straying leg side-ish. Not too many. If you look at the boundary column, doesn't give too many of those. But he does have that odd one that slides down leg. Maybe when he goes for that fuller length delivery. No, not to go back there. And a simple example of someone who could have gone wicket searching was Skalk Engelbrecht yesterday. Bowled so relentlessly. Again, leg side-ish, and maybe losing his line a bit as Janko Smith. He could have easily lost his lines and length, but stuck to his role. And that time was to hold up the end and allow the other seamers on the end to bowl well, which was Janko Smith, who benefited from that, because Janko Smith was bowling alongside Bayana Majola to open up the innings, and then came back for his second spell when Skalk Engelbrecht was then bowling and holding up an end, which pressure was exerted onto the batters, which allowed him to pick up those 3 wickets. If you remember, at one point, it was 52 for no wickets lost in the first 15 overs. No wickets were coming, but as soon as the squeeze was put on, Janko Smith comes back after the bowling of Bayana Majola, coming back and then targeting the stumps, because pressure was on now. Bangladesh was thinking runs. They want to, try to be assertive. Then the opportunities started presenting themselves, and momentum completely shifted from then onwards. So it's just really just been good bowling in partnerships by South Africa emerging.
Think about the 2 catches, that of Bayanda Majola and that of Mudiri Ditego. Nice little short ball from Janko Smith. But think about the wicket that Janko Smith got nice and full. Mudiri Diteko catching it next to the stumps. The one clipped and Manda Majola catching it at a weird mid-wicket position. The reason why Bangladesh, in my opinion, were not as effective is because their ideas were not creative enough. They were never going to get the two catches because they never had those two fielders ever. And so South Africa realized where the opportunities were. They realized where the Bangladeshis hit the ball, and that's where they put the fielders. And that's where the wickets came. And imagine the wicket of Rizwan. There was a short leg, there was a silly point. There was a slip fielder. He needed to manipulate the ball away from the two guys under the helmets, got the edge, got caught. That doesn't happen for Bangladesh because they don't have players under the helmets. So a game of tactics that South Africa are completely dominating from a captaincy and strategic thinking point of view. However, it's 228 for 7 after 86 overs.
Speed is nothing without timing. And timing is everything in rugby blitz. Play it now on your sport today.
Tough scenes for Bangladesh. At least now they are behind by less than 300 runs. They still need 141 to avoid South Africa bowling again. It's a long, long way.
Yeah, just to add on and continue from what you were mentioning, Bendul, about the difference in tactics. I remember at one point at the time when Naheem Hassan was bowling and you were pleading for that short leg to be put in place to put the pressure on the South African batters. Yes, the game situation was slightly different, but regardless, you need to be positive, and you never really saw that positive fielding. There was never fielders around the bat to put pressure. And besides that, creating opportunities, it gets the batters in a negative mindset, and never at a time where South Africa's batting was ever in a negative position because of the fielding that was there in front of them. They were never crowded by any fielders. There was not much noise in and around and close.
You even think of the partnership with Daniel Smith, with Ditego and Van Buren. The Daniel Smith and Ditego partnership was boundary-filled, but the Ditego and Van Buren partnership, that was basically built up by risky running, hard running, and still they never closed down the gaps that both Ditego and Van Buren were exploiting. So from a tactical point of view, they really didn't get it correct. We pleaded and pleaded and pleaded until they had conceded 519.
Yeah, and there's also the period where Diteko's wicket had fallen at 185 for 3. And when that wicket had fallen, Richard sort of struggled initially. Played some loose strokes. Yes, he played excellently well, but the way he started off was a bit shaky. And there was a window of opportunity to press on as a bowling unit. Ooh, good delivery. That's a real good delivery. Talk about the fielders right close there. If that fielder's not there, he's playing forward to that. That is probably one quote away from hitting that off stump.
The reason why they were so excited was that it was the variation from the ball. It slid through. It didn't grip at all. And if it did, it slightly went into the left-hander, which is why he was a little bit bamboozled. Just take a look at what the ball does after it pitches. It does not spin away.
Yeah, he's playing for...
It spins back in.
He's playing for turn. Exactly that, Bendulu. The risk of playing for turn. And just to finish that small little point that I was making there regarding the field settings, the opportunity missed. have a look at the summary. Bangladeshi men emerging, still trailed by a mammoth 291. That's the game situation. Tough situation it is, 228 for 7. Well, with that situation, we'll take a short little drinks break and we'll join you shortly.
Ankon, 10 runs away from what would be a wonderful century. Bangladesh trail by 291 runs. We come to the second half of the second session.
And South Africa emerging, 3 runs away, or 3 wickets away rather, from enforcing and follow on. But they have to get rid of that man on strike right now before he takes charge and make that decision a bit tough to make. Well, it will be Bayana Matola on strike, or bowling rather. bowled so well today. He's picked up the 2 wickets. What's been more special about him is his accuracy.
Allowing Ankon to leave that ball. This is an important rephrasing of the session for Bangladesh. This just after drinks, you momentarily break your tempo, so you must work back into it. That's why it's so important as the bowler to pitch the ball and attack the stumps, so that the batter doesn't get themselves smoothly into their rhythm. That's it.
Yeah, he's got that natural in-swing, does Bayana Majola. A bit of seam into the right-handed batter. You'll see it's a late bit of movement. Not much, but enough to keep the batter thinking. Especially when you bowl at that length, full, forcing the batter to come forward. Doesn't matter if you're 90, still a challenging delivery to play at.
209 deliveries faced. Gets Rohan into strike with 3 balls to go. Remember that Rizwan lost his wicket after 43 balls.
Yeah, I like the angle Majola will come from around the wicket. Oh, no, he's not. For a moment, I thought he'll be coming around the wicket. He'll be coming over the wicket. Bit too short there in the occasion. Bit too easy to play on the back foot here on the surface. We've seen the challenging deliveries that have picked up wickets are the fuller ones.
Not much protection on the leg side for Majola, so he has to pitch it full on the offside. If anything, just a touch shortish, hard length on the off stump. I think he's still pitching it a bit straighter than what he desires. It's a good ball from Majola. It's a nice ball. But to get Ditego and Simelane into the game, who are surrounding Ankon, to get those slip fielders into play, you just need a slightly wider line, maybe pitching it on middle stump. That would be the line.
Maybe he's setting him up. Setting him up with those backward length deliveries, getting him comfortable, not conceding any runs, so there's no risk in bowling that line. Then that tad bit fuller one, that picked him up. His wicket off Ifti.
That's the perfect ball. That's a very nice ball. Pitch says it's on middle stump. Moves away. Maybe the short ball. If you bowl 2 of those, press him back. Even 3 of those, you press him back. And then you bowl that one, it becomes hyperly effective. So yeah, maybe just to shake him up a little bit, but he should close the over with the same ball he just bowled. Decides to go shorter. Good leave from Rohan. Actually ends up leaving it pretty nicely. 229 for 7.
Yeah, more good bowling from Bayana Majola. Back of a length delivery.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
229 for 7 after 88 overs. If you play Sporty Bets, you can decide and let us know if Bangladesh can be able to get to 500 in their 2 innings. Sporty Bets bringing us this broadcast. And Skalk Engelbrecht will come around over the wicket now to Ankon. He's abandoned the around the wicket angle.
Still fielders around the bat, persisting with that short leg. as Ankon has done throughout his partnership with Rohan, allowing him to take the strike early in the over. Something we've questioned about his decision making. But because the runs are hard to come by, does not have much of a choice but to take the runs and back Rohan, who's faced 29 deliveries.
Skalkengelbrecht spinning the ball away from Rohan. He'll be happy with this situation. I mean, if this was like a different story, but the ball spinning away, jeez. A little bit of a risk. Skalkengelbrecht starting off a little bit straighter. I wouldn't be surprised to see one that goes onto the off stump eventually.
Yeah. We've seen a few beating the off stump, tentative leaves and cuts by Rohan. Again, opening the face of the bat, guiding that one to short third. As much as he's playing that for a single, doesn't look awfully comfortable playing that stroke.
That was a good ball. That's the ball he was setting up for. He really needs to climb on top of the ball and smother the pitch so that it doesn't activate Seletswane at silly point. It's nicely played from Rohan. And equally played by Ankon. Dealing this pretty nicely. Rohan is going to take strike for the last ball of the over. He's going to need to survive. And he's been doing decently so far.
Soft hands to close out the over, and they continue to survive. To the Bangladeshi batters, 89 overs done, to 34 for 7.
He had 2 sessions played so far today. Look at the runs. Still haven't gotten into even 90 runs for the day. And we've already faced 44 overs, 87 runs. Only 9 fours during the day, and they're quickening it up a little bit now, and that's because they've lost less wickets in this session. The moment you lose more than 3 wickets in your session, you are already in trouble of scoring less runs, because now you're trying to recover the session. And so it's so far so good. Ankon looking good at 93. Nicely played. Oh, Simelane is off balance. He can't throw. But he's shy, so he just went for it quickly without getting himself in balance.
Yeah, the difficulty with that was it was to his weaker side, which forced him to turn his whole body around, which makes it for a difficult throw. I think regardless of it hitting the stumps, or if it would have hit the stumps, he would have still made his ground because of the delay of him having to turn. If it was then a left-handed fielder, then it would have been easier to just a one motion pick up and go. So good running between the wickets. I think the intensity was good there. It was certainly saved them from any risk of a run out.
Majola had 5 balls to bowl to Rohan last over. He has 5 balls to work him over now. It's a good line this from Majola.
You expect a newer ball to come onto the bat and some runs to flow a little bit more. And not much runs have really come off the bat since that new ball. You'd expect them to maybe try a little bit more aggressive, but it's been as difficult as it was with that older ball. Yes, the run rate has slightly crept up, but not much.
Slow ball from Majola. Nicely played, though.
Quick signal taken. He was thinking of 2 there, but Ankon had no interest in the second. Ankon on a hard-fought 94. He's definitely not planning on giving his wicket away by any means. The patience and the focus is shown. It's been remarkable and commendable.
It would be a superb century. It would be glorious. South Africa's centurion, Mitchell van Buren, one of three. He also took his own time whilst he was in the 90s, just like Ankon is doing here. He's playing pretty nicely.
Just to reflect back on the day in Bendulo and how things have gone by, do you think Bangladesh could have done better in terms of how they lost their wicket? Because I certainly think the way the wickets were lost were not real big wicket-taking deliveries. Maybe the one of this first wicket of Skalk Engelbrecht to get the outside edge was a really good delivery. And maybe from Biplop, who could have maybe say that it was a good delivery that beat him. Do you think maybe Ifti would have slightly played that shot better?
It could have been a thing, but it all comes back to the fact that there was so much pressure. There were so many dry overs, so many maidens. And just remember that the wicket was kind of set up because the balls were straight, attacking the stumps. They were short of a length a little bit, rather back of a length. And then after you've felt so many deliveries not giving you runs, Majola bowls an almost half volley right there for you to drive. After not scoring runs for 5 overs, you see one that scores, you're going to go for the score. He just didn't play it correctly. I think the shot was on, the execution was off. And then he popped it to Skalk Engelbrecht. Don't know if he probably could have played it better. If you lost your wicket, you can play the ball better. But the situation just gave him one that he could drive, and he went for it. So more than Bangladesh giving their wickets for free, I feel like all the wickets were probably earned by South Africa. Think of Mitchell van Buren's wickets, think of Mudiri Ditego's wickets. Those are giveaways. If these wickets, not really. Because the wicket of Ifti, even though it was soft, but it fell in the run of play. The wicket was coming.
Look, I agree with you. Some wickets were earned by South Africa. I just feel FT, it was a massive wicket because of the fact that he was the end batter alongside Ankon. And Ankon has shown how it can be done. And I felt that delivery was almost a back of a length delivery, not as full and there to drive. With the fielders there, you can see you can't take that risk of driving on the up. It requires supreme accuracy to get it right and drive it in the gap between those two fielders. It was a silly mid-off in place, as well as extra cover, short extra cover. The risk to your award is that is very minimal. You drive, you lose your wicket, you get your team in a situation like this, 235 for 7, because of the magnitude of your wicket. You keep your wicket, we'll probably be talking about the partnership continuing and more frustration for South Africa emerging. So I think it was the game situation, understanding that you may be just slightly close over the line from frustrating South Africa emerging. You could see Janke Smith was a little bit frustrated in the overs prior to his dismissal. And I felt he didn't play the long game, as we see Ankon continuing playing the long game, running hard between the wickets and getting 2. So I get you, pressure was on, but the responsibility was bigger. And I think it was identifying the responsibility he had at that time rather than looking to release the pressure he had. And I think he had done so well in absorbing that pressure. He could have just pushed on a few more overs longer, and then you would have seen that fielder that he would have been caught in move away from there, and allows him to play that release shot. I know it's easier said than done, and a bit harsh maybe in other words, but I think he could have really stuck out a bit longer.
Now I hear your chat. I hear your chat. From a game situation, you really don't want set batters to lose their wickets. Much like right here, you really do not want Ankon to lose his wicket. He's been playing so well. 237 for 7 after 91. But then at the same time, remember that when it comes to the batting, batting is reactionary. It's not a thought about thing. It's a half a second decision. That's why your volume is very important. You need to go into the net and bat. You need tons of balls, tons of batting. And the more you bat, the more your brain programs. If the ball is here, it's going to pitch here, it's going to do this, and then you just react to what you see. So when the ball is not in those areas, you have to think. And if you think, you don't score. Because your thinking now is on, how do I engage this ball? So the moment a bowler then gives you a ball that you instinctively know it's drivable, it's your instinct that takes over. Andile Simelane with his 4th no ball. Bad stuff. Bad stuff. But it's reactionary. It's reactionary when you get a ball that's worth driving. And so when it came to Ifdi being made to think, he's been made to think. You've been thinking for 5 overs. And then on the 6th over, you get the one that is automatic. You don't think about it. You just think, here are my runs. Let me go for them. Only to find that the ball is a meter too short to drive. Or 5 kilometers too slow than you had anticipated. And then all of a sudden you finish your shot before the ball comes. Sometimes even a rush of blood to the head. Here it is. Then you go. So it's very tough. It's very tough when you get one for you to hit after not getting one. Then you lose your wicket. Could have done better, 100% at this level, 100%. Should have. Good bowling? Definitely. To play the psychological game versus him.
Well, pressure is a funny thing.
Mm-hmm.
And just wonder what pressure Ankon has been dealing with throughout the innings, and you wonder how he managed to get through that bit of tough period. Still hasn't changed, still very tough, but his mental fortitude has been a lot stronger, and sometimes that makes a difference in this game of cricket. Who can last longer in the mental game?
And that's definitely where Ifdi fell short. And that's where Ankon is strong. Because think of the Mitchell van Buren and particularly the Richard Seletswane innings. Because he started off a little bit ginger and then he started setting himself up after getting dropped before tea. Your mental fortitude also gets tested in the 4-day game. So if you're looking that Mayanda Majola and Yanko Smith are bowling so well, you see them off. You still have the whole day to bat. And that's what Ankon has done. That's why he's on 97. How long was he in the 70s? Was in the 70s for a very long time. Now he's in the 90s. So maybe if they could have done that as well. Right now, the Andile Simelane is really doing a good job here, attacking those stumps.
Ankon's mentality reminds me of guys like Jeswas Pujara from India, the Hashim Amlas of this world, guys that can just absorb pressure for long periods of time. And it's in their nature to do that. And sometimes you do have strong stroke playing cricketers. Ooh. Well directed short ball. And it's a real tough part, and that's what separates you from getting your big runs. How long you can focus for when you're being peppered with short balls like that. And watch it as late as possible was Johan.
The game of Mahidol Islam Ankon is not a game of bashing the ball around. Good short ball. Nicely done from Andy Lisemelane. It's 238 for 7. Bangs it in very nice and short here.
Another short one. Maybe you set up here to push back Rohan. Then maybe come back with that fuller one in the next over.
Stay on with Sporty Bet, bringing you this broadcast. Ankon still on 97. His game is slow, Mahidol Islam Ankon. It's not designed on bludgeoning the ball. His List A 50 over career, his strike rate is at 73, so he scores 73 of 100 balls. His ODI strike rate is 57, because he's played against the West Indies some ODI games. That was 57. And so he doesn't score quickly, and he can absorb his pressure, and it shows. Strong mental fortitude. The funny thing is that he's only played one test match, and that test match was against South Africa. And that's the match where Tony de Zorzi scored that wonderful 100, partnered by Tristan Stubbs and Vian Mulder's centuries. Oh, he's gone! Oh, that is painful for Mahidol Islam Ankon. And it's joy for Skalk Engelbrecht, who gets his third scalp. Ankon chops it back to his off stump, and what an unfortunate way to lose your stay after so many hours of batting.
Oh my word, 97. What fight. The despair. He probably stuck in that position for a good 30 seconds or so, looking at how that ball hit the stumps. That must hurt. 97. He fought for every single run. Ankon was speaking about his patience, his mental fortitude, his hunger and fight that he's shown for his side. And it's all come to an end now. That will hurt deep. What an innings it's been. 97 of 224 balls. Those balls faced tell the story for Mahidol Ankon.
I'm South African Gamva. My heart is sore. He played so well, Mahidol Islam Ankon. He made almost no mistake. Just take a look at that ball. It keeps slightly low. It was kind of short from Engelbrecht. He rocks onto the back foot, but it just keeps lower than normal. Yeah, that's why it got the bottom edge, and he chops it back into his stumps. It's a wonderful representation to see that. And so the bowlers of South Africa are going to be happy seeing that. And in comes Animal Haq, who is their most accomplished batter.
Animal Haq batting quite low in the order. 9,272 runs and an average of 41. You wonder why he comes in so late. There's Animal Haq, 49 50s, 24 hundreds. And coming in so late. Interesting, isn't it? Did a lot of bowling in the first innings, did Animal Haq. And in a game situation like this, you would have loved a man with those numbers to come in a lot sooner. He can definitely hold the bat, more than hold the bat. is Animal Hawk. Probably got the best numbers in the whole team batting lineup. Comes at number 9. Well, credit to Scott Engelbrecht to stay on his persistence. That newer ball just slightly skids on, doesn't bounce as much.
Engelbrecht is bowling quite well here. He's batting, bowling really well.
I think we've...
Looking to drive it away, gets one. Is off the mark. It's the end of the over. 239 for 8.
Ninety-three overs done. 239 for 8. Bangladesh men's emerging, still trailing by 280 runs. Yeah. It's probably around by that time now. Follow on is, or maybe the reality. Under the Similani. An opportunity to bowl to Animal Hawk. How you love a wicket.
Keeps a bit low. Yeah, it's starting to act a little bit differently now, the ball. And so, all the more reason for South Africa to bowl again.
Two slips, 2 wide slips for those kind of shots. Maybe feeding those shortly. Jittery defensive stroke. Could have easily chipped that one up, straight up in the air. Just put his bat there. No foot movement whatsoever. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Outside edge. Andile Similani. I was sure as well. And eventually given out. A long plea for Andile Similani. And eventually he gets his hard-fought wicket. He's bowled a lot better today, hasn't he? Good take from Dando Zuma.
Yeah, Andile Similane saying, hey, when's Hani? Like, what's going on? Where is it? And Animal Hawk is gone for 1.
Plenty of confusion out there. We've been confused in the commentary box. Sometime with those shots being played. Animal Hawk with a loose stroke. Throws his bat there. You could feel that one was coming. Andile Similani. He deserves a wicket. He's backed up his seam partners in Yanka Smith and Mayanda Majola. That was a loose stroke. Easy take at the end for Ndando Zuma to just maybe a few meters, or not meters, centimeters to his right. Umpire Asamjul Islam took his time to point the finger out. It was a loud noise, in fact. I was pretty surprised that he took his time to point that one out, but eventually did. Wicket number 9 gone. 239 for 9.
Iqbal Hussein Imon, very much in the team for his outstanding bowling prowess. But now he needs to come in and try to survive. He is the last batter. Best score of 5. At least it was 5 undefeated. He's only lost his wicket once. That's why his average is 5. He's going to need to survive for another 30 minutes until we get to tea. What is the likelihood of that happening? More reinforcements. JP King right in front of his face. Oh, what a ball! Andile Simelane with a Jaffa. The furniture splatters around Butchofstrom. Imon gets the taste of his own medicine. What he does so often now done to him. Cracks the middle stump. That's the end of Bangladesh.
Decision needs to be made now for South Africa emerging. And this is how the innings end, with the Jaffa by Andile Simelane. Good delivery.
Yeah, he pays him back. It was Imon who bowled Simelane, and now Simelane bowls Imon. It's a taste of his own medicine in an extraordinary fashion. Gone with a golden duck. Imon bowled Simelane, and it was Simelane bowled Imon. They trail by 280 still. Will South Africa enforce the follow-on? We are going to find out. But with 239 runs on the board, what a day it has been. South Africa have walking out the field. We're gonna find out soon. But what fantastic bowling. Did very well, South Africa, to bowl out Bangladesh before tea, which was the nature of the day today. If we bowl them out before tea, we're going to be good. And it all happened because of that 50 wickets that you were speaking about, Gamba, after scoring that 50.
Yeah, that was a crucial breakthrough by Mayanda Majola. Persistent bowling. Length after length, area after area, and eventually Ifti gave in to the pressure, and good catch by Engelbrecht. And then from then onwards, it was Ankon who tried to play the anchor role, but you can see just below him, no one truly tried to back him up. Naheem tried, Rizwan tried, Rohan tried, but when it was with Rohan, it was his time to leave the park. And you look at those partnership cards, it's looking sorry just below that 102, which stands out. And that 52 right at the top there with Dipu and Zakir. And then everything else has been just about below par.
A good attempt by Ankon. A very, very solid attempt. But Engelbrecht, Simelane, and Majola doing the job today, taking those 7 wickets. Take a look at the fall of wickets in the bottom. That's the issue. When a wicket falls, it becomes clusters. 52, 57, 64, 166, 166, 188, 238, 239, 239. And if you want to, you can add the 208 there. When one wicket falls, they just fall as dominoes. And so they've been bowled out. 7 extras, which is 4 no balls from Simelane, 1 from Smith, 1 wide, 1 leg by. So it's a very disciplined bowling performance from South Africa, and you can see it for yourself. They really hit their straps. Very good bowling. Trapped LBW. He says, I got to hit the bat. But Skalkangelbracht got the breakthrough. Some boundaries hit when balls get loose, but chopped back into the stumps. Ankon on 97, heartbreaking. Wasn't the most eventful session for Bangladesh, but it was for South Africa. And what a ball to finish it all up by Andile Simelane. The second session comes to a close. Beautiful bowling from South Africa to finish them off. They trail by 280. We are going to find out for you what South Africa will be doing. They have the chance to enforce the follow-on, but it seems like South Africa will be batting. Naeem is down there loosening up, so South Africa have not enforced the follow-on. They will come in and bat with a lead of 280 runs. They're probably going to bat until the end of the session, give their bowlers a 20-over rest. So we're going to wait for South Africa to come out to bat. Let's go for the change of innings. South Africa lead by 280.
This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With AutoBet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet. how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
Mohamed Manak will have chance number 2 to score runs. Very fortuitous, given the fact that they scored 519. South Africa could have batted again, but Bangladesh played well enough and played long enough that the South African bowlers need a rest. So Bayanda Majola, Janko Smith, Skal Kengelbrecht, Caleb Selega, Andile Simelane. They're going to take a break for a little bit. Breathe. Gonna allow Mudiri Ditego to continue in his phenomenal form that is shown throughout this entire emerging tour. Mo Manak will have to play at a straight one. And then it's gonna be survival. So Iqbal Hussein Imon will have the ball. Umpire Mazizi Gampu and umpire Sajid Ul Islam ready. South Africa are carrying a 280-run lead. And so we will begin the third session.
We'll wait a few moments until Imam is done with his fixing his socks and look at the numbers of Mudiri Diteko coming off an outstanding century. He got South Africa emerging off to a good start. Average 18 doesn't do him justice for that 113 that first innings he scored. He'll need plenty more of those to increase that average. And sure he will. Mohamed Manak alongside him, who left a pretty straight delivery. He's not leaving any balls on off stump in the second innings. Averaging 20, the best of 64. 366 runs on board already in his career. We see those strike rates at 46. It might be a bit higher in the second innings.
First ball of the session. Moves away. Bowls it straight and it angles away from Ditego. His defense was imperious. Seems like the ball is just traveling slower for Mudiri Ditego. Has more time.
Interesting start to the third innings of this game here between South Africa emerging and Bangladesh emerging. Looking to ball a bit short, but I think it was the landing of Imam that caused him to bowl that short wide length delivery. We look at his numbers, that average of 38. It's a much better bowler than that.
Yeah, it's just dropped that average with the couple of wickets he took in that first innings. It was in the 40s. Now it's in the 30s, and there's no way that a bowler of Imon's quality is not going to drop it into the 20s. Whether high 20s or low 20s, but it should end up in the 20s if he continues in this trajectory that he's bowling at right now. He's a real class act. No, there's no way that's even an appeal. Mazizi Kampu doesn't even entertain the appeal. He walks away instantly.
Yeah. definitely straying leg side and probably over the stumps anyway.
Just playing a little bit of mind games here. Iqbal Hussein Imon. Nothing shy from him. A short mid-wicket is in play with an older pitch. But Ditego, sometimes you can even hear with the way that he communicates with his partner that a player is in full confidence. Loud call from Ditego.
And I wonder what is enough for South Africa emerging to put on board come the last hour of the day. Oh, that's a gorgeous stroke. You could hear the sound of the bat. Quickly rocks on the back foot, picked up the length so quickly. You can see the difference in attitude in batting with South Africa emerging. Punch with some confidence, the big booming drive earlier in the over, something that you didn't see too often with Bangladesh emerging. And obviously the field's a lot different.
It's 1 for no loss after 1.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
Ashraful Rohan. He was their best spin bowler in the first innings. So it makes sense that he will come in and he will be bowling. So Ashraful Rohan bowled 44 overs in the first innings. And so he continues his bowling. He batted with a little bit of resistance. Now his job is to break the resistance with the new ball, Ashraful Rohan.
Yeah, I'm just more interested of how South Africa play this period, this next hour or so or two. What's the intention? How much rest do they seem as need?
Yeah, we have Werner Erasmus in the comments with us, asking if SA were going to enforce the follow-on, and no, they didn't. And it makes sense. He also echoes our same thoughts that good turn and bounce. Very good ball from Rohan. Just reached for that Mudiri Ditego as well. So wide off his stumps. At the end of the day, Engelbrecht bowled 39, Majola bowled 19, Smith bowled 17. So all of those three bowlers need somewhat of a rest for a couple of hours before you ask them to bowl those loads again. And so the suggestion from Werner Erasmus, pretty true, that go out there, score a quick 100 or so, bat for about 20 to 25 overs, then bring them back for the last 15 overs of the day and try to get 2 to 3 wickets, and you have a firm foot in victory come into day 4 tomorrow.
That sounds about just right. I'd definitely go with that option as well.
2 overs gone. It's 1 for no loss. Some of our commenters also telling us that, hey, we didn't show the right animal hug. We've picked it up. Animal hug B-Joy and animal hug. 2 different people with the same name. It's pretty hard to find bowler animal hug when animal B-Joy is a quality player as he is. So Animal Haq, if he had to come back for Bangladesh, he doesn't need an emerging cap. He goes straight back into the team. So we thank you to our viewers letting us know of that. Mr. 7521. So Imon has the ball. Manak off the mark in the match. It's going to come back for number 2 if it doesn't go for 4. Can't chase it down, Naeem Hassan. That's a boundary for Manak.
Yeah, he'll breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, Mohamed Manak. But streaky, but he'll take that to get off the mark. Missed out completely in the first innings. He felt would have controlled that. Kind of slightly opened his bat face as he rocked back on the back foot there. Went quickly to the boundary. The new ball came on nicely onto the bat. Oh, that one a bit closer to his body. Guards it down to fine leg. Animal Haq.
It's going to be leg buys just off the pads of Mo Manak. Ball rushing him a little bit. And Animal Haq, not B-Joy, collecting the ball down there. Rest assured that our team and production has also fixed the error. Lovely swing from Imon, curving back towards him. It's a good start here from Hussein Iqbal Imon. Mudiri Ditego is not rushing it, and I like this approach because he's understanding that he's not in the same innings that he was. He's understanding that he's not batting on the same surface as he was. And so relearning what it takes to score runs on this.
The reality is it won't just happen for him immediately just because he scored 100 in the first innings. It's probably a slightly different surface he's batting on. It's not as fresh as a deck that he's batting on. Maybe the ball also keeping a tad bit low. So giving himself time to understand what's exactly happening before unleashing your powers is very important. Otherwise, you can find yourself 30 for 4 in quick succession because you're trying to get runs quickly. It's important to still do your basics regardless of the game situation. And sometimes you have more time than you actually think in terms of the game situation. So you don't want to just rush the whole process and it looks untidy. You can do things in an orderly fashion and still apply pressure on the Bangladeshi side. They don't know they're coming to bat already later on today. They know that without a doubt. And it's just about keeping them out there and make them work for everything like they had to work for their runs.
Oh, wild swing from Ditego. That's a very nice delivery from Iqbal Hussein Imon. Draws the drive, and it's loosely played from Mudiri Ditego.
Yeah, went fetching there. Still plenty out there for that new ball. And they'll have another new ball. Well, South Africa emerging. That's 3 overs done. 6 for no wickets lost. See at the bottom there, 38 overs remaining. How much do South Africa emerging need of those for today. I'm sure they'll have maybe 15 or 20 of those to play around with. Maybe one spell each for the seamers, and then the other end, as we've seen all innings, in the second innings, a Skalkengebrak operating. I think 20 is sufficient enough to close out the day, so which leaves you with about a T20 to play with. Which I think is enough to get 100 runs in about 18 overs.
You think about when the wickets fell. South Africa were able to take 3 wickets by over number 20. They took wickets by over. The 3rd wicket fell on 19.6, the 20th over, by Janko Smith. So you think to yourself, if they get themselves another 15 to 20 overs to bowl at the end of the day, they should be able to replicate it, if not do any better, actually. So bat for about 20 overs. Declare you'll lose 3 overs in the change-up and you'll have about 16 overs to bowl to Bangladesh. Should be enough to get at least 2 wickets. So you come in tomorrow and you are all guns blazing to get wickets. So if they get about 80 to 100 runs, then those 20 overs boost this lead close to 350. They know that they're coming in tomorrow and they're bowling to Bangladesh, who won't be chasing the game. 351 on one day is not going to happen on the surface and in this match. Having a little bit of a chat with umpire Sajidul Islam. The ball is already being inspected. So just making sure that the ball is all good for usage for Ashraful Rohan.
Early inspection of the ball. Yeah, I just wonder, can they replicate what they did yesterday afternoon? And it's a difficult time to bat. It's a bit gloomier, well, not gloomy, but darker, I mean, at that time of the day. Oh, an appeal goes to bat and pad.
Doesn't need to rush his game. Mo Manak can just take his time here. Very lucky to get bat on that, because if he had missed, he was gone for all money, whether LBW, whether bowled. So he needs to just take his time here, stick to his fundamentals, don't think too much about it. Think it will help if he gets a positive run, even if it's a single. That will work for Manak. That will work. So now he has a confident run under his belt. His 4 was streaky, outside edge, but that was good.
It's also turning a bit more. Something for the Bangladesh emerging men will have to think about and contend with going to the last day. Bit more turn on that surface.
It's wonderful speed from Ashraful Rohan. Good areas as well. It ends over number 4. South Africa lead by 287. Mo Manak has an opportunity here to score runs and show what he's worth. Both these players applying their trade down in Gqeberha, St. George's Park, for the Warriors. They were critical in helping, alongside Matthew de Villiers, helping the Warriors win the T20 competition. Very crucial, alongside Matthew Bose's impressive bowling, who was selected for the South Africa A team that will be starting next week versus Bangladesh A. So they're playing for Warriors team, which is on the ascendancy. They'll want to start their ascendancy to the new season now.
Into his 3rd over. He's bowled brilliantly. He's been the standout here, bowler for Bangladesh emerging.
See, that one single just gives him confidence that, yeah, I can actually score. I shouldn't be overthinking this. Just look at how well he tucked us away for 1.
Those runs were not available to Bangladesh at all when they had to bat. Doubt they will be in the second innings, or rather their second innings.
I think now you can clearly see that conversation we were having about difference of tactics between the two teams. Almost carrying to the fielder, but it doesn't. Ran Ashraful stops it for a dot. But if balls are being played like that, that little arc of a silly mid-on and that silly mid-wicket, they just make you think. That was well stopped, though, from Ashraful. So, Bangladesh maybe need to just jump out of the box slightly. Because the only way to get confidence when they come in and bat is for them to get wickets. If you get wickets, you just feel like you are still in the game.
Yeah, the tricky part is that now it's a different game situation. Then they were looking to pick up wickets and basically dictate how the game's gonna go. Now the attempt is to reduce the leakage, so you can't have fielders too close in, and then allow South Africa to score those runs. Yes, it may change them how they go about their runs, but as soon as these two are comfortable, they start going for they start going for boundaries. So then those tactics become invalid, really. So it's not the same anymore. It's a bit too late to do that now.
They really are behind the game here, Bangladesh emerging. It's amazing batting from South Africa emerging in that first innings. We did it to Tego. Daniel Smith looked like he struggled until he got into his 20s. Unfortunate to not get his half century on 49, but it all worked as a unit for South Africa emerging. That has been the difference maker, that first big innings. It's a nice ball from Iqbal Hussein Imon. He's really a cool player to watch once he is in full rhythm. He can move the ball both ways. That one coming nicely in is trying to replicate the first way he dismissed Mo Manak in the first innings. But Manak is a good player, so he shouldn't fall for the same mistake twice. It's a really nice player to watch once he gets going, Manak.
So in his mind, he must be thinking, I'd rather have one outside edge than hit my stumps like that again.
It's the end of the over for Iqbal Hussein Imon. Nice little push from Mo Manak. Just be careful of the separation of bat and body, exposing the gap between he and the stumps. It's the difference in the runs is immense. Speaks of South Africa's disciplined bowling and plans and execution. They've only scored 9 out of those, but only faced 5 overs. So for 48 overs, Bangladesh could not get to 100. Very tough. Lovely. Pedals it around. Going to keep it to 1, Naeem Hassan with the stop.
Started the change in tempo now. You can see did it to take off. Feeling a bit more comfortable after 20 balls and playing a paddle scoop down to fine leg. So you'll see more of those strokes and maybe even that big hoik to the cow corner that he played to get himself to his 100.
It was a stunning innings from Mudiri Tetego. Speaking about patience, he was patient. If he batted for longer, he was probably going to catch up to his balls the way he was going, Mudiri Tetego. Solid looking from Mo Manak.
Yeah, lost his wicket. Very softly did Mudiri Teko. Went down the wicket to Naeem. Tried to chip it over mid-off with minimal effort or aggression comparison to his other strokes that he played, and ended up being a very soft dismissal. But I'm sure he'll have a free license now himself and Manak. Sure, the conversation was, once you get yourself in, go for it.
Yeah, Mo Manak's dad is probably watching with keen eyes. He never misses a game. One of South Africa's legends in cricket, from broadcasting to playing in first-class cricket, Hussein Manak. Older sister, who also plays for the DP World Lions, Razina Manak. Cousin, who's been playing in the SA team for the 50 over, Imran Manak. So, big family of cricket, the Manaks. Based in Johannesburg, most of them at Marks Park. So, Mo Manak coming from a lineage of a great cricketing family. So his breakaway from Johannesburg, coming to Warriors, standing by himself. His cousin Imran has done pretty well in Boland. Now he's got in his selection. Mo did well last season. Got his selection here to the emerging team. So it's a perfect opportunity for him to showcase what he's capable of doing and standing on his own feet, Mohamed Manak. Very nice player. Talking about nice, that's even better from Mudiri Titego. There's 3 fielders in there. He finds a gap which was minute. And Zakir Hassan keeps it for 3.
Big booming drive from Mudiri Titego. Control towards the bigger side of the ground.
It's a good chase. The outfield has seemingly slowed down. Iqbal Hussein Imon is coming in wider off the stumps. And so his angle is going to be really sharp towards the right-hander. It's an aggressive line being bowled by Iqbal Hussein Nimon. Really at the stumps. Manak has to play at it. It's a good fielding effort. Very nicely done. That looks like Biblob, and it is. Good to see him back after not fielding yesterday. It's going to be a crucial member bowling those leg spins. It's wide, inviting the slash from Mo Manak. But it's second innings, so they're going to have a little bit more protection. Naeem Hassan gives it a nice little stop. He's going to have tons of bowling. Tons of bowling to do alongside Ashraful Rohan. Oh, what a catch! That is phenomenal from Animal Haq. Titego is strong on the pull shot. But this time he can't go past the mid-wicket. What an incredible grab from Animal Haq. Wicket number 1 falls. The centurion of the first innings. Mudiri Titego pulls it to a blinding catch by Animal Huck. Look at that. Takes a couple of steps to his left and grabs it. To think that he dropped 3 catches in one match in the 50-over tri-series, they were all easier than that. And he snatches it, the important one of Modiri Ditego. He's going to feel a little bit dejected, Ditego. His strongest shot, alongside his cover drive, costs him his wicket. 14 for 1. Animal Huck with a great catch. It's not Animal Huck Bijoy, it's Animal Huck, Animal Huck. We'll keep reminding you of that. 26-year-old Animal Huck. What a fantastic catch and what a crucial wicket for Bangladesh. It brings in Daniel Smith. Scored 49 runs, so close to getting to a half century and adding on to that 14. His average is 40, close to those 2,000 runs. Still very young, Daniel Smith, 24. Took a fantastic catch, removing Rizwan at first slip. He is a wicket keeper, so a little bit of a cheat code. And he's pretty tall, so he can reach areas other slip fielders can't. But can he score the runs that they need? He was the 3rd leading run scorer in the 4-day series, averaging 56. One of a handful of players to score 600 runs last season, Daniel Smith. 1 century, 7 50s. He scored the most 50s. It's just a shame he couldn't convert more of them. So here he is. He can score runs, Daniel Smith. That's why he's in the emerging side. So let's see what he's going to produce here. Imon, of course. Imon the Demon starts. It's going to be wide, leg bys to start off. A little bit down leg side for Imon. And so with Ditego gone, a little bit of more responsibility on Manak. In his very first-class game playing against the Tuskers back in 2024. He was dismissed early in the first innings, and he was part of the run chase that won the game for the Lions in the second innings, playing a wonderful 42. It was a very strong 42, Manak. And so he has the skill. He has the skill. What a blinding strike from Mo Manak. All the way over the top, the embanks. As a cracking strike. And it goes against the man who got him out. That is not the place balls are normally hit when bowled there. But he gets on top of the bounce so well. He knew from the time he connected that that's flying all the way. Not the worst ball from Imon. A cracking strike from Manak. It's 21 for 1 after 7. South Africa's lead goes to 300 runs. SportyBet is asking, have you seen do you see a century? Well, we've seen 3. SportyBet's bringing us this broadcast. You can let us know who you think will do best here. Oh, that shot from Manak was quite something, wasn't it? So a change of pace. In comes Naeem Hassan. Very good record. 301 wickets in his 76 games. 25ers. That's impressive. His economy rate is below 3. His average is below 30. You can't ask for better. Here he comes, spinning the ball away from Daniel Smith. This was a fascinating chat. This was a fascinating battle between these two in the first innings. Naeem was relentless on the middle stump. Daniel Smith was happy to just do that, play inside the line of the ball and guide it off to the offside or play it into the V. He's very comfortable with the ball spinning away from him, Daniel Smith. So it's just going to be the same thing. And so as he keeps it straight, there should be one which is just going to bowl slightly wider, say the off stump or just the fourth stump to draw a drive. Something alongside those lines, but still a bit straight. Smith is able to squeeze one. He's off. And so that little line from Naeem is still too straight. And I think if you've bowled so many balls to a batter in the first innings, you should know what to do a little bit differently in the second innings. You couldn't get him out in the first innings. You couldn't even get an appeal. You couldn't get oohs and ahs out of him. So maybe try something a little bit different. But Naeem is strong in his lines and his lengths. Zakir Hassan is not happy with the quality of the ball. It's only 7 overs old. It hasn't gotten that much punishment. This is good for Manak. He's starting to get into a decent rhythm now. It's very important that he does so. He has potential to just lead this score with 1 ball remaining. Good soft hands. Daniel Smith, his ball watching. Oh goodness, confusion. This is the importance of calling. That's the importance of calling. Manak just caught ball watching. Just looked at the ball, didn't look at his partner. But also at the same time, if you're Daniel Smith, you call yes, 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 yes. You say no, 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 no. So it's a big reprieve for South Africa emerging. The single was definitely on. Could have been worse. Could have been Smith gone, run out. However, he's still out there, 1 from 5. Mo Manak is looking good on his 13. Dite got dismissed on 6. An excellent catch from Animal Huck. It was a very nice catch from Animal Huck. So Rohan, Ashraful will change. It's been in tandem now for Bangladesh emerging. Very strange run in the previous over. That was eventually denied. Let's see now how he's going to deal with the balls spinning into him. He faces George Linder every time in the nets. He faces Carl Simmons every time in the nets. You should expect that Daniel Smith will have comforts batting to left-arm spinners, because George Linder and Carl Simmons are some of the finest in the country. Advancing down the track, mistimes it, makes his ground. So let's see how he deals with this different stress from Ashraful Rohan. Really wants to get through his overs here, Ron. Reverse sweep. Didn't get good connection on it, Daniel Smith. It's going to be stopped by Animal Huck. It's all about just resting the bowlers here for South Africa. Good looking stroke from Smith, just not getting to it properly. The day's play ends at 5 o'clock. Earlier of that, so 90 overs bowled in the day. So with a couple of innings change, with an innings change, most likely we'll get less than 90. It's a good looking shot from Manak. Good stop from Rizwan. Very nice stop from Rizwan to back up Zakir Hassan. The shot was very good. Shot was very good. Fielding clean from Chaudhry Rizwan. And so it becomes a question here for Bangladesh, or rather for South Africa emerging. How long are they going to bat? "33 overs remaining for the day." South Africa are not scoring quick, but it doesn't matter. They have a lead of 303. 32 overs gone, remaining for the day. If South Africa do declare, we're going to lose another 3 overs. That will leave us with 29 overs left in the day. So South Africa, another 15 overs to bat would be an ideal situation. That's 15 more overs. They have such a nice and good lead that runs are not really a pressure. If they get a lead of 350, it will be good. Dropped short by Naeem Hassan. Pumped by Daniel Smith to mid-wicket. Not the best ball from Naeem. An excellent shot from Smith. Yeah, too short. So much time for Smith to just wait on it and hang on his back foot and slap it in front of the deep square leg. So he's already gotten the over into a good way here. So Naeem is already on the back foot. His line is a bit straighter now. Ball is not spinning much. So maybe a shorter length here from Naeem, just to get more energy out of the surface, wherever there is to get. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. He's getting some very nice dip on the ball. Gives it the height. And how lovely it just drifts in the air and dies as it pitches. But reading the line very well. Swept. Swept with authority from Daniel Smith. That's incredible. Naeem Hassan is trying to run away from the stumps, just changing it up a little bit. Smith fetches it from far. Look at how he moves across. Lovely shot. No one moves. There is no one to move. Iftikhar just fetching it at the boundary. It's so good. It's 31 for 1 for South Africa men's emerging. They lead by 311. Make that 315. It is a sweet striking of the ball. Is way too short. He's being destabilized by the brutality of Daniel Smith here, Naeem Hassan. Way too short. Oh, you can't bowl it there. Doesn't matter whether it's in the offside or on the leg side. Will get the punishment it deserves. It's an incredible lead. Incredible over from Daniel Smith. Takes 12 from it. Nothing streaky about it, nothing lucky. All things class. He moves to 14 from 14. It's 35 for 1 after 10. It's a wonderful lead for South Africa emerging. 315, and it all comes from that first innings of 519 for 5. Mitchell van Buren, Richard Seletswane. It's a crime that there's no space for Mudiri Ditego's 100 as well. That just shows you how much of contributions South Africa had. Ankon and Ifti, the only ones for Bangladesh. No one else scoring near 50. Smith and Manak controlling it right at the start here. Lead is 315. Ashraful Rohan continues. So with Daniel Smith, that current with the previous over, just allows Manak to lax just a bit. It even allows Smith to lax a bit. Oi! What was that? Just not getting to it. Manak, ball bit quicker from Ashraful. Much flatter. No feet from Manak. It's gonna take that as a wake-up call. See, gets his feet moving. He has a little bit of a small trigger with that front foot. The previous ball, he didn't even initiate the trigger. It's as if the ball surprised him. Oh, gets the outside edge. It's tentative. They're going to get 2, if not 3. Yeah, good turn. It will be there for 3. Stopped by Shahadat Deepu. Just the outside edge for Manak. And a chase for Deepu. Sometimes getting his feet stuck. More Manak. So you just have to keep the distance between the bat and the body as minimal as possible, which means you can generate more of your weight through the shot and thereby get more power through it too. So it's just something for Manak to take a look at. However, it takes a strong heart to play 4-day cricket. Good stop from Rizwan. Just keeping the score rotating and keeping the score active here for Bangladesh emerging. Pretty straight for Daniel Smith. But at least there was coverage from Imon and Ifti. Must say, for 10 overs, the ball does look a little bit rugged. Does look a little bit rugged. It's after 11 overs. 39 for 1.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
The lead, 319. 11 overs bowled in this innings. 2 hours left in the day's play. Just after our hour and a half remaining, so in the next 45 minutes, gonna know the direction of where this innings is gonna go, because South Africa need to give themselves overs to get wickets. Oi, just dropping shots of Naeem. Slightly short. So a little bit early on the shot. Daniel Smith. It's pretty well done here from Naeem to recover that over. Went for 12. It's going to be an easy single. Down to the ground. Lead moves up to 320. South Africa took 93 overs to bowl out Bangladesh. And you think that as Bangladesh, you should be able to get a little bit more runs at the top order, a bit more resistance from them. So South Africa needs to be careful about how many overs they give themselves to take the score. So if they need 93 overs to take 10 wickets, we saw some variable bounce by Machola. Must be enjoying his meal. Richard Seletswane. He batted well for his 150. The dugouts is pretty chilled and relaxed. They are very unhappy about this ball, Bangladesh. If anything, I'd be complaining about the ball they used in the first innings. So that's the one that was getting smashed all over the place. They have more control here. Except for that ball, which was a full toss. Manak missed out on a freebie. Oh, this is not good, though, for Naeem Hassan. It's not looking good. It hurts for him. It hits his left thumb. That must have hurt. It was hit hard by Mo Manak because it was a full toss. As cracked. Just a half volley before it reached his left thumb. That's what did it. Oh, he's in so much pain. He's in so much pain. Do we have a package of Bangladesh's wickets? 40 for 1 for South Africa men's emerging. They need to preserve their wickets so that none of their all-rounders or any of their bowlers come into bowl. Only 1 wicket has fallen so far. They're batting again here, South Africa emerging because of the outstanding bowling from South Africa. It started by Machola this morning, taking those 7 wickets. It's that creative fielding that worked for them. It was very attacking. Skalk Engelbrecht taking a catch. The lines, the lengths were impeccable by Machola. Very much the best bowler of the day. Skalk Engelbrecht with his spin. Everyone is in the game. He's crying that he got bats, but umpire Mazizi Kampu, he stuck that finger for a very long time. Send the message and make it clear. As chopping back into the stumps, that was so painful. 97 runs for Ankon. Then an easy one. It took a while for umpire Sajidul Islam to make a decision. It took a very long time. And then he eventually made the decision. Animal Haq, not Speedjoy, losing his wicket. But the work done from South Africa brings them to this situation. So how long will it take them to get 10 more wickets on top of those? You saw some of the balls were just keeping a little bit low. Can Bangladesh show what the surface can do? Can they target the stumps a little bit better? That is where you need to be. That's where South Africa were for all of those wickets, which is why we showed them to you. The drive to Skalkengelbrecht was due to tons of pressure of South Africa attacking his stumps. And when he received one that was just wide off them, I was like, oh, here's a drive, I can drive it. Drove it straight into the lap of Skalkengelbrecht. See, just like that. Can keep low every now and then. That's an aging pitch for you. It's been an incredibly good pitch, though, in Potchefstroom. There's runs aplenty, and there's wickets as well. So a good over delivered by Naeem Hassan. The lead at 321. This broadcast brought to you by SportyBet, saying you can stay ahead with them. Just like South Africa ahead. Will you be 321 times ahead? You'll only know if you play. South Africa, big lead. Rohan will be bowling to Manak. Pretty open spaces as well. Gamba raised the point that they won't want to be too attacking because there's runs that are going to be given away. But also at the same time, Mo Manak gives that a good slap. So lovely. He played that with disdain and he knew exactly what he was doing. It was straight. Normally that gets swept around the batter. He hits that in front of square. Shows that he knows exactly what he was doing. It's a great shot. He's on 21 now, Mo Manak. This is very nice for him. Rohan slightly overpitched. He already has 3 first-class 50s, Mo Manak. Can he add and make it 4? And Daniel Smith applying his trade at the Western Province. A little bit turbulent times for Western Province. He is one of their lead batters alongside Eddie Moore at the top of the order. Valentine Kitime. But he is the pick of them all, Daniel Smith, which is why he's here. Calvarani was very important as well for Western Province last season. I don't know, it seems like there's some parallels as well between Daniel Smith and Calvarani. Daniel Smith like a shorter version, a taller version of Calvarani. It's a good looking shot. Gets a nice little one. He is looking and moving much better than what he did in the first innings, Smith. That needs to be acknowledged. He struggled for about 15 to 20 balls at the start of his very first innings. But then, here, he's finding good feet. Even Mo Manak, his first runs were an edge that went down to third for 4. And then after his convicted single where he just pocketed it to the point, he started scoring freely. Started finding the middle of the bat much more frequently as well, Mo Manak, just like he did with that defensive stroke. It's the end of over number 13. 47 for 1. 24 years old, Mo Manak. He'll be wanting to add to that 141 runs that have been scored today. But also this shows that maybe if you do get 350, you are in a good score. If you can have one day to bat, Bangladesh not going to be thinking about chasing down the score for a win unless if they have a superb start. But day 3 here today, very slow day. And it's a little bit breeze here at the Northwest Cricket Oval. About 20 overs or so left in the day. 47 for 1. This is after South Africa set up 519 declared. Bangladesh emerging. They would have loved at least to get to 350. Would have been really nice, but they couldn't. They were trailing by 280 at the end of the innings. South Africa chose not to enforce the follow-on because that 239 was off 94 overs. So the players, particularly the bowlers, needed a break. They really needed a break, and then they did find a break. So now, South Africa are batting again for a couple of overs. Then see how far they're going to go. Mo Manak, also cousins with the Manak twins. Mortaza Manak and Arman Manak, but we'll speak about that later. It's 13 overs gone, 47 for 1.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
The Bangladesh emerging coaching staff basking in the African sun. It's a winter sun though. Bowling coach taking off his cap. Then the rest of the coaching staff. Quick scoring session, 3.6, and it speaks about the wickets not being lost. Run rate in the first session was very slow. Second session, still slow, but that is because of the amount of wickets that were lost. South Africa are owning this third session, and because they are keeping their wickets, you can see that that run rate is close to 4, just like it was in their entirety of 519. Players having a drink after 13 overs. Northwest University Oval has gone through several name changes over the years. It's played 2 test matches. A far cry. You would think that they would have played more. And both those test matches played against Bangladesh. So in South Africa, you have your 5 Tier 1 stadiums. Your Super Sport Parks, your Wanderers, your Newlands, or your St. George's, Kingsmead. Those are your Tier 1 test match venues. And then you get your Tier 2 stadiums. They host lower ranked test matches. They host women's international games. That's where you find your Potchefstroms, your Mangaung Oval, your Benoni, Willowmore Park. But Mangaung Oval will be hosting the World Cup next year. But they are still part of that tier of B stadiums alongside East London down at Border. But Mangaung and Border will be hosting the World Cup next year, so it's good exposure for them. It's a miss for Northwest not being able to get one. And so Daniel Smith keeps working Naeem Hassan, who's looking pretty easy. Gamvanyegana is back on commentary.
Clean hit, and easy hit by Daniel Smith. .48 for one after 13.1 overs. I was just wondering, while I was off air, when would it be the right time to make the call? Ooh, what a stroke. Reverse hit by Mohammed Manak. Hit that one clean.
It's a fantastic shot from Mo Manak. He waited for it. It wasn't premeditated. He just read the line of the ball, says, okay, it's over there. That's what I'm going to do. Didn't even bother running because the placement was that good. He moves 26.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll change gears now. Won't want to waste any more time in them getting their runs. 3:32 is their lead at the moment. You'd imagine it's enough to defend on the full days of cricket.
Yeah, all day, every day. Even the 280 was enough for them to defend. Because it's not really a matter of runs. It's a matter of time. And that's the one thing that needs to be differentiated between 50 over cricket, 20 over cricket, first class cricket. First class cricket is all about how you're going to manage your time. Lovely stroke. That's very nice from Daniel Smith. No one's going to be there to stop it. It's a gorgeous stroke. Goes for 4, and Naeem is just leaking runs here.
Yeah, risk-free shot that. Outside the line, it was full, it was there to hit. You can almost just guide it down to that fine leg region. There's no fielder there. Becomes easy run scoring option and risk-free as well. Look at the run rate. 43 runs and 42 balls. Have not seen a run rate that fast throughout the whole game so far. You can imagine there'll be more of that. That looks in line. Oh, he pleads. But the umpire does not agree. Have a look at that again shortly.
Going for the reverse sweep again there. Huge appeal. And it's Sajidul Islam who's not interested. It's a line thing. Doesn't even signal with probably going down leg.
At most, clipping leg stump. Oh, didn't get it right the first time. He'll do it again and again. And it's going towards the boundary. Good effort. And will save a certain boundary. It won't save runs. 14 overs done. 60 for 1. Lead 340. Big chase. He'll be doing a lot of chasing now in the next couple of overs. The Bangladeshi men.
$60 for 1. It's a 50 that's in play here for both Manak and Smith. Good confidence boosters going into the second game next week. Big confidence boosters going into the start of the season. So Manak looking for those runs, needing those runs. And Smith had tons of them last season, but his 50-over campaign in the Tri-Series was poor for a player of his quality. So Ron is going to spin the ball into Smith. He has a short mid-wicket. And he has a square leg. If the ball goes and has width, the point fielder is out in the deep for a single. There's a cover in place. Not many attacking options, of course.
Defensive field. Field is out anticipating. Hard hitting. That's in a gap. That's all timing. Gets it for 4. Through the big gaping hole in the covers. Daniel Smith with yet another boundary.
It's exquisite. It's very nice. Weighted on it, leant on it, and the way it went, it's superb from Daniel Smith. This is the Daniel Smith we signed up for. This is the Daniel Smith that scored all of those runs. And I feel like it does show that he was just kicking off the rust of the off-season. Now he's gotten into his flow.
He had a tricky start there with his 49 that he scored in the first innings. Didn't look awfully comfortable right up until he was dismissed. And he's looking much more comfortable now, less pressure, and can be positive as much as he wants. There's no worry or failure. It's just free-minded batters. I think the 2 batters at the top of the order that need the confidence. Yes, Daniel Smith scored 49. You'd argue that that's a good score, but maybe falls short of a milestone. But these 2 batters will definitely enjoying their time out there. In particular, Mohamed Manak was dismissed out early for misjudged leave. Out for a duck.
Yeah, what's going to be more frustrating is that everyone was able to contribute to the score for Mo Manak. 519 is a lot of runs for you not to score anything. So now he's scored nearly half of the team's runs.
Sure. That is powerful. What a shot that is. Swept it with some conviction.
The run race is kicking up now for South Africa emerging. The lead grows to 350. It's a full toss from Rohan. Daniel Smith is starting to fly. How high? Depends on how much South Africa need in order to bowl out the Bangladeshis. And so you really do expect that over number 20, that will be the declaration. Really gives you the feeling that over number 20 will be it.
Don't often get those things right, Bendula. Hope you get this right this time around.
Don't know what to respond to that. It's the end of over number 15. It's 70 for 1 with the lead on 350. They have to give themselves time to bowl this afternoon. There's no point for them to bowl, to carry on batting until tomorrow. They have more than enough runs in the bag, way more than enough runs in the bag. Bangladesh have not been able to score at over 4 at any time in their innings. So you can't expect that on a day when it's very hard to bat that they will be able to do that. But Mo Manak and Daniel Smith, they're doing it pretty well, scoring at a good nick. 56 partnership from 50 balls, but they don't have the pressure of adding runs to the score. They don't have the pressure of chasing runs. Animal Haq, not Speedjoy. He comes in now to the attack.
There's his numbers. 31 matches, 76 wickets. Decent average, not too bad. 29, 3 fifers, It's best of 6 of 81. Not too sure you'll have an opportunity to picking up many wickets here. It's about defending some runs.
26-year-old bowls with some good accuracy. Always targeting the stumps. Shows off that accuracy right at the start as well.
Yeah, did that well in the first innings. But he was put under pressure. Quite often by the South African batters. Just by really good strokes. Not even maybe loose, aggressive strokes, just good classy strokes being played.
So if he just keeps it there, Animal Hug, the whole day, bore out the batters. The onus is on them then to push the score and start scoring. Manak on 28 from 41. We have an hour and 30 minutes left, give or take, for the day's play. So it's important for Mo Manak, if he wants a milestone, to just start kicking on. But Animal Hawk is not going to give you many.
I certainly won't give you many. He's so accurate. Talking about boring South African batters. I'll find a way to manufacture some runs off that length. We'll give him maybe 1 or 2 overs to watch at him, and then we'll start manufacturing some shots. Really, South Africa emerging have got to probably where they would have been intending to be. The 350-run lead. Any runs from here onwards is just bonus runs, really. That's good bowling. Been a good over for Animal Hawk.
It's pretty nice. That's what you're going to expect from Animal Hawk, even though his very first spell in the first innings wasn't his finest. But ever since he's come back for his second, his third, everything has been under incredible control from Animal Hawk.
Yeah, it just keeps on chipping away at that line in length. Line in length that worked so well for Mahanda Majol in that first innings. As well as Janko Smith, who also enjoyed that line in length.
It kept a little bit low as well from Animal Hawk. Just slightly low. All the more reason for that declaration to happen for South Africa emerging today. It's very nice areas from Animal Hawk. Pushes it down for 1. Sure, he didn't take a wicket in the first innings. That will make you think that he didn't bowl well, but went for 54 runs and he really recovered that, going at 3.9. It was at a time going at 4s and 5s, so he really recovered it well. It's a very good bowler, Animal Hawk. Only 1 wicket though, and what a surprise. It's Iqbal Hussein Iman to take the strike.
Yeah, as he's done all game and series as well here in this tour of Bangladesh emerging. He's been their wicket taker, their lead bowler, and everyone else has just found ways to chip in. But here, no one has chipped in yet. Rahan, Naheem haven't had answers to the onslaught as they've been swept all over the place. 16 overs done. Start of the 17th, 71 for 1. 351 runs now they lead by. So close to the outside edge that you can see Mohammad Manak trying to guide that past short third or backward point. Very fine backward point. Oh, good delivery. A huge plea. Zizi Gamble taking his time.
Not much of a reaction from Mo Manak. Daniel Smith disagreeing with the appeal. He heard nothing. Doesn't take away from the fact that it was a fantastic ball. Probably the sound of the pad hitting the bat. No wicket. Very good ball.
Again, more turn. So many bad signs here for Bangladesh emerging. The ball is turning a little bit more. The ball is keeping low. The last thing you want to see is an opening batter. Especially knowing that you're definitely coming in at the end of the day and you'll be dealing with that.
Yes, Karl Kengelbrecht is licking his lips. He bowled phenomenally. He'll be happy to bowl here. He'll be very happy to bowl here. I mean, the wicket he took off Ankon also kept lower than expected and got the man on 97, so should be excited about this.
Yeah. Grips and turns a bit more now. I think that gets what gets Caleb Selega a bit more into the game. The more the turn for the leg spinner. Doesn't grip it so much, or doesn't turn it a lot, but will get a bit more turn now and a bit of purchase. Especially in the early parts of tomorrow. Maybe even later today if he gets the opportunity to bowl.
Banda Machola and Yanko Smith will want that new ball, of course. Wonderful. That's wonderful from Daniel Smith. He's racing to his 50 now on 38. It's the end of over number 17. 76 for 1.
Yeah, he swept everything. As Daniel Smith and gets another boundary via the reverse sweep. Brings us to the end of the over. $17 overs done. 76 for 1. Animal Haq to continue into his second over. Good lines once again from Animal Haq. Slightly slowed down the progress of South Africa emerging. Particularly these two batters, Mohammad Manak and Daniel Smith. We're looking to probably get to their 50s if they can. Mohammad Manak 20 runs away from that milestone and Daniel Smith 38. He's going a bit quicker at a better strike rate. Oh, clips it away. Bit of a hoik down to the leg side. Mohamed Manak will be probably thinking he'll want to preserve his wicket and bat out this second innings. Missed out in the first, so wouldn't want to give his wicket away. I think it would be want to end not out come the end of, or come the time they declare. So he probably wouldn't mind Daniel Smith to carry on in his merry way and score runs. And rightfully so. I think it's good for him to build some confidence going into a second game next week from the 23rd of August to the 26th of August. Oh, you can see a bit of intent there from Daniel Smith coming down the wicket, showing a bit of aggression, trying to get to the pitch of delivery, anticipating where it will land. Late movement from Daniel Smith, came out a bit late, trying to change that length of Anamahaka. It is so persistent. Another query with the ball. How many of those have we seen? I think he's cutting the seam or some part of the seam. Queried for that ball for a long time. I don't think it'll make any difference in the game situation right now. Bit of a loose one, not punished. Robin got a stop there in the covers. .357 runs is the lead. About an hour and 30 minutes remaining of the day's play. Just knocks it one straight down the ground, does Daniel Smith. Clearly not showing intent to go after Animal Haq. Been tied over by Animal Haq to Andy Rofe. Ends it off well. 18 overs done, 78 for 1, lead 358.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on SportyBet. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Quick drink from Mohamed Manak and Daniel Smith. We look at how the session has progressed. 18 overs bowled, 78 runs, and 10 fours. And you clearly see the difference when South Africa's been batting, almost doubling that run rate that you've seen throughout the whole day, which has been majority under the two rather. It's now 4.3. Due to the aggression shown here by South Africa emerging, trying to progress this game and potentially probably declare in the next probably 30 minutes, depending on how much time they feel they need to bowl at the end of the day. Daniel Smith again preparing to sweep as he has for the last couple of overs against Rohan. That time he went down so early, gave it away. Even plucked that region now, that backward point region, to cover for that reverse sweep. Oh, that's a nice back foot cut. Only took one. Daniel Smith had an interest to go for a second. Picks up the length pretty quickly, does Mohammed Manak, and cuts it away pretty hard. Here's cover on the boundary. Sweeper cover. Here's your partnership, 66 of 70 balls. Oh, inside edge. Not sure if they got inside edge or he got it past his legs. Tanya Smith into the 40s. Anak still in the 30s. Still going along at a nice pace for now. Rahan pretty happy about the stop there, and he covers. The game has come to a halt now. I think the Bangladeshi men will be also anticipating any time from now the declaration from South Africa emerging men. Oh, that's good fielding. Comes down the wicket, gets to the pitch as delivery does Daniel Smith. Look to maneuver the gap there in the covers. Look to be the captain, Zakir Hassan, I believe, in the covers there, who pulls off a brilliant stop. That's outstanding fielding. Still showing maximum effort. Well, there you have it. South Africa emerging declared at 519. And then it was Bangladesh who came in to bat. And they only managed to get 239 runs on board. A tough and hard-fought 239 runs. Ankot, the fight, the Lone Ranger, alongside Ifti, who managed to get some runs on board. But now, South Africa emerging 82 for 1. Probably about to declare any moment from now. .362 is the lead. You can certainly believe they've got enough rest now, have the South African seamers. Almost 2 hours since the last time they took on the field. Yanka Smith and Bayanda Machola would have had enough time to put their feet up. Those will be the two that South Africa emerging will looking to pick up those early wickets of the Bangladesh emerging and get themselves in a good position come the start of tomorrow morning and as the day progresses. So you want to limit as many wickets tonight before the end of the day's play. Limit the job that you'll have. The last thing you want to come in the final day with 10 wickets to take. That's a good stroke. Only find a man in the covers. Daniel Smith, 9 runs away from the milestone that he missed out on in the first innings. We probably quite disappointed that he missed out on that milestone, maybe even more runs. His teammates had a good time out there. Richard Tseletswane, Mitch van Buren, Matariki Teko enjoyed hundreds. Jeez. That one, not sure what was his intent there. Not sure if he was trying to bowl a slower one. Yeah, it just didn't come out right. Bit of a giggle from Daniel Smith. Trying to tell him, bring it closer. Again, similar delivery. This time, Daniel Smith gets a hold of it. He'll probably get two. I think that's an intentional slower ball that he's trying to get going here. Trying to entice Daniel Smith into that wide length delivery. Maybe potentially chip it up in the air. I'm not sure what's the plan. There we go. How many overs remain in the day? Hit away towards the boundary or find the gap. Oh, a bit of soccer skills, not good enough. And that will take Daniel Smith up to 47. Yeah, he just kind of swiveled across and pulled that one away towards the boundary. Not good enough for Mimom. With 21 overs remaining and potentially losing another 3 in that, I can imagine maybe just they'll allow Daniel Smith to get to his 50 and then they'll probably call it from there. Don't see a reason why they should carry on any longer from here. So you can imagine this could be the last over of the second innings from South Africa emerging. They've got enough on board. Don't have much overs remaining. Unless I've got it all wrong, maybe they'll bat out to the day. I'm sure that wouldn't make sense. Aggressive shot there. This maybe is a sign of a bit of aggression from Mohamed Manak. Hasn't been so aggressive in the last couple of overs. If he's going for it, maybe that's a sign. Good fielding on the boundary there by Animal Haq. Umpire moving from backward point to square leg. .47 for Daniel Smith. Few fielding changes being made. There's not a few dances down the wicket to get to the pitcher's delivery. Only to knock it one for a single. .91 for 1 after 20.2 overs. Another big cut. There's protection on the boundary. And he gets one. Interesting that they still keep on going. South Africa emerging. Not too sure why there's the delay for the declaration. Saville won't get it past fine leg, and it'll take him up to 49 to his first innings total. Tanya Smith then want to get to that 50. A wayward delivery, slapped away. Hit into the ground hard first, which probably slowed it down a tad bit. Most challenging time of the day to bat right now. Just can imagine those two seamers will be eager to come in. Knocks it down the ground to end the 21st over. 94 for 1. South Africa emerging, still lead by 374. There's your comparison on how the last 3 days have gone. Day number 1, 90 overs. Day number 2, 87. Had a bit of a changeover there. We couldn't get a full day. Most likely today as well, and get the full 80. But 331 runs were scored on both days. Maybe 2 runs separating, and the boundary column as well was very similar. And the wickets a bit more than day 1 on day 2. And run rates. Punch straight down the ground. Takes Mohamed Manak to 38. Tanya Smith, 1 run away from a 50. It's been a well-played knock. Aggressive at times, patient at times, and would have been a tad bit frustrated that first innings is Daniel Smith and missing out. You have to wait another ball to get there. There's Daniel Smith. Probably thinking once he crosses over that 50 mark, it may be the end of the second innings of South Africa emerging. And that is it. 50 up for Daniel Smith, a well-played 50. Bit of relief it will be for Daniel Smith after missing out on 50 in the first innings, got 49. There's his numbers, 49 of 82 balls in the first innings. This time around, he gets that 1 run that he missed out on in the first. Much better strike rate there. Different game situation, obviously. That will be feeling good for him now. Bit of a pull from Mohamed Manak into a gap, but not timed well enough to go towards the boundary. Takes Mohamed Manak into the 40s. How many overs are enough for South Africa emerging to bowl at the end of the day? I think they're missing a trick here a little bit. Doesn't seem like anything's going to change. This field is still out for Bangladesh emerging. Beautiful, there's a few meters off the boundary. See the deep square leg in place, the fine leg a few meters off the boundary as well. Mohamed Manak, the biggest side of the ground for him is obviously the leg side. As you can imagine, there's plenty of ground there to cover if you are looking for a big hoik towards that direction. That's the end of the 22nd over, 98 for 1. And that is the shots that got Daniel Smith to his 50. Very aggressive against spin. You'll see shortly his reverse hits. And there he continues again to be aggressive against spin, finding the gaps with ease and being so aggressive. 8 fours they came with that 50. And was so clinical against Rohan. And that's his single that got him to his 50. A well-deserved 50 from Daniel Smith. A few have come out here at the Northwest University Oval to watch this beautiful game of cricket between South Africa emerging versus Bangladesh emerging, and another reverse sweep. And that's been the hallmark of the innings of Daniel Smith. Doesn't he love that stroke? In particular to the left arm spin. Just looked at his highlight package and it was all about those reverse hits and against an aggressive shots against spin. And he continues to be aggressive. 100 up as well for South Africa emerging. Would have thought 100 would have been enough for them to come off. They're continuing. 382 is the lead. Seems like they've turned down the single. May have been on if they had called earlier. Eventually get the single. Looks to be dropped into a pocket of space. They're pushing for a second. That's good running. That's really good running between the wickets. .56. Again into a gap. Then you can imagine they're probably thinking 2 once again. And they run 2. That's good running between the wickets. I'm assuming now 400 may be the total in mind. They don't look rushed at all to get to that 400. barely any urgency shown to get to that 400. And a punch straight down the ground. And we'll walk that one through come the end of the 23rd over. 107 for 1. Sporty bet is the way to go. You wonder what South Africa Emerging are betting on in staying even longer here. Sure, they are betting on the Seamers to get all 10 wickets tomorrow. I'd love to see a couple of overs from Janko Smith and Anna Matrola before the end of day's play. Comes down the wicket, does Daniel Smith again, showing some intent. 18 overs remaining. D -3 from that for the changeover. You'd be thinking maybe they'll take 10, I'm assuming, from the seamers, and then they close out the day from this point onwards. So we won't see any spin unless they open up with maybe Janko Smith and Sak Engelbrecht. Hits it a bit harder, but still doesn't beat the fielder in the covers. Big step across from Daniel Smith. Lanky left-handed batter. Trying to maneuver that gap there past the covers. Hit away hard straight down the ground, but the timing wasn't right. Straight to Naheem. Tumbles on the ground, does Animal Haq. Looks like it's just slipped as he landed. Doesn't look awfully comfortable. Might have done an ankle there. He's taking off his sock, and there's the physio coming out. That doesn't look good. I hope he hasn't done too much damage on that ankle. Immediately takes off his shoe. Well, Daniel Smith and Mohammed Manak will use that moment to have a couple of drinks to refresh themselves. Seems like they'll be carrying on a bit longer. No intention of coming off just yet. I think if they don't come off anytime soon, it's most likely they'll bat throughout the day. Just allow themselves to just have a rest, and then I'm assuming it would be then them coming in early morning tomorrow with a new cherry. Not bowl any overs today. Lead is now at 389. the Northwest Cricket Home. $109 for one. 23.3 overs gone. And an injury delay here. Animal Haq rolling over his ankle.
Speed is nothing without timing. And timing is everything in rugby blitz. Play it now on your sports bet.
$109 for one of 23 overs. When we have a look at session by session of today's play, first session was really slow. It was all South Africa picking up 3 wickets, and you thought that the first one was good. The second was even better, getting the 4 wickets to close out the innings of Bangladesh. Look at across those 2 sessions of today, under 100 runs. And you look at that run rate column, it was tough going for Bangladesh emerging. And session number 3 has been all South Africa, where they're absolutely dominating those 23 overs that they've batted so far, already scoring over 100 runs, 12 boundaries, and 1 6 in that. Only the 1 wicket to fall of Mudirika Titeko. Run rate at 4.6 per over. See a few of these Bangladeshi fielders have a moment to stretch. Imran had to bowl plenty of overs in that first innings. Hard toil. A lot of these Bangladeshi players spend plenty of time out there. So you can imagine some of them will feel a bit stiff, and you can see that ankle looks heavily strapped right now. Not sure if he's going to bowl another ball. Animal Haq. Lead is 389. Paz also have grabbed a snack. Sadijul Islam also having a bite. See there be maybe an issue with the landing strip. I don't know if they've called over groundsman maybe to knock that one in. Usually they'll hammer it a few times. Maybe just level it out. Yeah, you can see that's what Animal Haq is worried about or concerned about. Is that landing area. Is there no groundsman? Probably that is the delay. Maybe still waiting for a groundsman to come through and just maybe knock it in just to level out that landing strip. There we go. Groundsman coming through. Some running repairs being done on that landing area where Animal Haq slipped. Maybe there's a bit of a divot there. You can see the umpire pointing at the ground. Hopefully that gets sorted. don't want to see any players picking up any injuries because of the landing area. You can see some discomfort still showing on the face of Animal Hawk. Seems like Animal Hawk will continue. Big hook towards the leg side and straight to the hands of deep square leg. That will be the wicket of Daniel Smith. Animal Hawk, after slipping, and gets a wicket. And he'll be slightly disappointed with that, Daniel Smith. After that long break, maybe that break may have done him. 109 for 2. Nice innings from Daniel Smith. Feel good about that, certainly. And probably lost a bit of focus after that little injury break there. Here's how he's lost his wicket. Dragged short and looked to put it away. And it was gobbled up. Deep square leg by Imam. And to bring the captain to the crease, Mitch van Buren. Looks like South Africa emerging will be batting throughout. Because here comes Mitch van Buren, South Africa emerging captain. Look at his numbers, averaging 38 runs, 1,899, strike rate of 53. Best of 171, which was in the first innings. And Mohawk comes back from rolling his ankle and picks up a wicket. Yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't have minded that if he was asked just before slipping if you get a wicket as a reward. I'm sure he would have taken that. As he's coming in, steaming in again with no issues. That's the end of the 24th over. 110 for 2. Lead 390. We'll have Mpendo Makubane back in the commentary booth. There's the batting card. Ahmed Monarch looking good on 41 on just 68 deliveries. And Daniel Smith just got dismissed a few balls ago. On 60 or 53, he was looking good up until the point he was dismissed. It is Mitch van Buren in the crease right now, joining Mohamed Manak.
Looking good, Mo Manak. Can't let all of the hard work that he's done, especially the lack of his score in the first innings, go to waste. So, such a good start for him, and with time in the game is running out, but 9 runs away from what would be a very good 50. Be a nice confidence booster. But here comes Hussein Iqbal Imon. It's a wide ball from him. It's a strong lead, but there's less than 20 overs remaining in the day now. And so you'd want a minimum of 15 overs to bowl. Least that might grant you 2 wickets. But it's been a long day for the Bangladeshis. Iqbal Imon having a 4-over spell, going for 17. But the key thing is that this lad takes wickets. That's his special power. That's his special power. He is an incredible bowler. And he bowls Mitchell van Buren. What an excellent delivery from Iqbal Hussein Imon. It is the top of off stump, removing only 1 bail. Feisty bowling from Iqbal Hussein Imon. Imon with a bit of a send-off to Imon. It's an excellent ball from Iqbal Hussein Imon. Beats them all up ends. And after this, it's a big celebration for Imon. Job was already done. He accepted his fate. Mitchell van Buren walked out. And this is where it happened. That little reaction from Iqbal Hussein Imon. Frustrations for Mitch van Buren. But that does not clear out the 171 he scored in the first innings. It takes a stunning delivery from Iqbal Hussein Imon to get his man. Boy, is he something. Richard Seletwane, 150. Not out. That's the most impressive thing. That boosts his average up to 34. Not going to explode much in this innings. South Africa around the corner to declaration. But those are good signs for the rest of his season. 347 runs in his total innings. His only 50 was converted into 100. His only 100 converted into an unbeaten 150. That's quite something for Richard Seletwane. 21 years old. This might be the start of something special. He's in at number 5. Pressure now on Manak to get to that landmark of 50. With time running out, here's Iqbal Hussein Imon. He's still got the timing here, Seletwane. That was such a nice start to his innings. Made it look simple, just reaching for the ball. Down to Robin for 1. It's triple Nelson. Oh, rather, it's Nelson for 3. Manak on 41. Van Buren would have loved to guide him to his 50. But he lost it for 1 through a gem of a delivery from Imon. Can he deliver another one and remove the set Manak and possibly declare the innings for South Africa emerging? Ooh, that was close. Nearly chopping it back into his stumps, Mo Manak. Instead of losing his wicket, he goes to 42. The pressure of getting to that is now starting on him, especially with time running out and wickets as well starting to fall on the other side. Good bowling from Iqbal Imon. Very good bowling. It's going to be something if we are able to see Rohadat Dula come back in game number 2. He and Imon make quite a mean partnership. Seletwane charges down the track, the ball almost charging to the top of off stump again by Imon. This is some stuff from Iqbal. This is really something. Comes back to Seletwane. Just a tad wide from the off stump. It's a very good ball from Iqbal Hussein Imon. Very nice. Keeps on working on that groin, it feels. It's not stopping him from bowling like a madman. Last ball of his over. He's been punching that ball very well through that area the whole match. Robin comes around, keeps it to 2 runs. It's the end of over number 25. South Africa emerging. Lead by 394 runs.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
.42 runs for Mo Manak. He's faced 69 deliveries for his stay. 114 for 3. But effectively, it's 394 for 3. South Africa have 90 overs tomorrow. Add this with whatever overs are remaining today. That's the amount of time they have to take 10 wickets. So, even though there isn't a rush in first-class cricket, there is a little bit of a rush here for South Africa to grant themselves enough time. Seletwane about to face Animal for the first time. Not a player you want to charge down and attack. It's not going to give you too much outside. It's going to just be on the stumps. Animal Haq. It's very nice.
Yeah, that's all you'll do. He's so consistent. You see Richard Seletwane trying to take him off his length, but coming to him and coming at him. And that does do that sometimes when players hitting, bowlers hitting those areas, and the only way you can disturb him is by doing something different as a batter.
The nice thing here for Seletwane is that he's gotten Manak back on strike with 4 balls to go. He's on 43. Started off fighting, just shaking off the nerves of the first innings, but then he's settled in pretty well here, Mo. Ball coming back in. Easy single.
Yeah, just want to touch on your point on the time that is remaining, and South Africa emerging not utilising these last couple of hours remaining in the day to bowl. We'll have a crack at Bangladesh emerging. I think what will do for them, the score that they have on board, is that they can just go be super aggressive tomorrow without any worry of any, maybe leaking any runs. Basically, what I'm saying is 400 is more than enough for them to put attacking fields at all times. So you can always have 2 slips when your seamers are bowling. You can always have a short leg in place.
It's an excellent point, Gamva. It really won't be a bother that a wicket costs them 30 runs. It's all about getting that wicket. If I'm saying drive me and I throw the ball at you, you will eventually have a bite. And you put players in spaces that are going to close those spaces. But you're also trying to get those wickets. It's really, really going to be a gung-ho, aggressive approach. And they've already done it in the first innings as well. And that restricted Bangladesh with a trailing score of 280. They only got to 239.
And the more they can make the Bangladeshi emerging men to play, the better. Because if they almost kill the game by having a blockathon, then it kind of makes it more difficult for you to pick up the wickets. So the more you make them feel comfortable and wanting to drive and play up in the air, the better. Maybe when they get quick runs, they probably slightly may believe they can get there. I know they won't, maybe with 400 on the board. But if you have that glimmer of hope and that mindset shift of rather than blocking or chasing, and then put South Africa back in the game in a winning position. Ooh, a bit of a beamer. Deals with it pretty well, does Mohamed Manak.
It's a loose ball from Animal Haq, probably going for a bit of a Yorkish length because they're going for an attacking approach here. You'll see 398 sounds pretty good, looks pretty good as well. It all starts with that 500, the first innings. 239 was the score for Bangladesh. And so they took an attacking approach, South Africa emerging when bowling to Bangladesh. They always had Mdiriti Tag in that weird space, Skalk Engelbrecht next to him. And if they can do that in the first innings, imagine what they'll be able to do in the second innings, still having 400 to play with. And so indeed, their approach has always been aggressive and it has shown to work. And so why not carry on? Why change something that isn't broken? So in as much as that is the case, they still need time this afternoon.
That's a nice positive stroke there by Richard Silitwane to the covers. Just looks so positive, so confident as a young man. I love to see him playing in that nature. I think the interesting part now is that the reason why South Africa emerging managed to pick up wickets in that first innings, it was because Bangladesh were looking to score runs and they were in the consistent areas. Now it's a different situation. You don't have to. How do you now change that mindset? How do you bowl differently to get wickets? Because if you remember, some of the deliveries were not wicket-taking deliveries. It was just due to pressure. We did break it down really well in the second session about how they managed to pick up the wickets due to the pressure. How can they create pressure now?
It's an excellent point because they need those 30 from 200 balls kind of innings. Ooh, nicely done from Imon. Very late from Manak. That was targeting the top of those stumps. But he gets it away. South Africa get the lead to 400 runs. Very nicely done by Imon.
Yeah, he's bowled really well. Looks like he's bowling on a different surface when he's bowling for his side. Just that inward movement to the right-hand batters. It's quite nippy. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go about their wicket-taking options.
It's going to take a lot of discipline for Bangladesh to not go for the attack. Because then how you entice those attacking strokes is by giving the space for those strokes. You open up the covers. You don't put any defensive pressure on the covers. And then you give them the drive. You throw a third man down at the bottom or a deep point as well. You open the wide one. You put a slip, you put a gully. You bowl it short and wide, entice the cut. You put a deep fine leg, a square leg, a mid-wicket, you bowl it short to the head, entice the hook and a pull. At the end of the day, you're trying to test the discipline of the batter. So if the batter sees a ball, we had this discussion earlier on, you train and you take volume of balls to teach you that, for instance, if a ball is there, you defend it on the front foot or you defend it on the back foot. It takes volume of net practice, thousands of balls for you to know that that's what I must do. So when your mind knows that the covers are open and here comes the fourth half volley outside the stump, are you telling me your instincts are going to stop? Are they not going to attack and try to play the ball? And so that is where the discipline is going to be needed from Bangladesh to note a 4 ball and say, I'm going to make it a dot. But how long are they going to keep it? And so that would be the play. That would be the play if you are South Africa. You give them the free runs, but they must still go get them. And Bangladesh, can they leave 50 balls? Can they leave 100 half volleys?
Look, a question of if is we don't know really, but we've seen them show patience in that first innings. But because they were under pressure, they gave their wickets away in certain situations. Yes, Zakir Hassan was bowled out by good delivery, trapped in front. Credit to Janko Smith there. But you look at the guys that actually got stuck in. You could argue maybe it was a good delivery by Engelbrecht that got the Ankon. But FT spent plenty of time out there. His wicket fell due to pressure. So it's going to be very interesting how they manage to go about doing things. And I hear your point, Bendula, opening up the covers, enticing those strokes. But if the team is on the same page in terms of wanting to get a draw out of this game, which is Bangladesh emerging, it is possible. There's not much demons here on the surface to be worried about in terms of as facing your seamers. Maybe you'd expect a bit more turn tomorrow. Maybe the biggest worry is Skalk Engelbrecht or Caleb Seleka, the players that you may be concerned about. But in terms of seam, if you watch every single ball and focus on it, you within the chance of being able to get a draw. And I feel the side that would have to work the hardest tomorrow would be South Africa emerging, because they would be thinking they're in the game, they want to get the result.
Moves to 47 now, Mo Manak. "13 overs remaining in the day." And so after this, they'll still have about 10 overs to bowl here today. But remember, Gamva, if we add, let's say, the 10 overs that will remain, that is 600 balls. Following Richard Seleto and Animal Hack, it's smart bowling here. It's very smart. But the 600 balls that you're going to need to defend and survive. 600. And so if 200 of those are half volleys which are designed to trigger your instinct as a batter to score, because in as much as you keep your wicket, scoring becomes the main thing. What are the other 400 balls? Those are your good balls. Those are your strong balls, your tidy balls that naturally activate your slips and fourth. It's a wild hook. This from Richard Seletswane. He splits the gap as well. But Robin, alongside Naeem, covering it, they run 3, bringing Manak back on strike. Ooh, if only those 3 runs belonged to Manak. He'd be on 50. So the other 400 balls are your good balls. And from what we've seen from South Africa, out of those 400, around 360 of them are going to land in good areas. It's a 90%, let's say even 70%, let's bring it down. About 280 to 300 of those balls are going to land in an area that's going to challenge a batter's defense. So you're challenging their defense and you are teasing them to attack. And they interchange with each other. And so with that interchange, the batter is defending, defending, defending. Here's a half volley. Here's another one. Defend, defend. Here's another half volley. How long until your instincts can hold for 600 balls? And that is the test of good bowling. They make you question what you have to do. And then they make you trigger your instincts when you don't have to. They make you play the wrong balls. That is what good bowling is. And South Africa has that from what we've seen. It's going to be a push here. It's quick running. Good running from Seletwane. Comes back for 2. Love his cricket right now.
I think the only thing, I hear everything you're saying, Binder, the only thing that is maybe I'm concerned about, you speak about the opening of the gaps, right? But the interesting part was that the way South Africa picked up their wickets was plugging those gaps and taking catches in those gaps. Now, when you open up those gaps, where are those catches going to be taken? There's my thinking, because you had those close infielders that put pressure on Bangladesh emerging, not allowing Bangladesh emerging to play those free strokes. Now you're moving those fielders away from that region that took you the catches and took you the wickets. How do you now do it? I'll give you that to your answer.
It's 28 overs gone. 130 for South Africa, effectively leading by 410. Mo Manak is on 48. And South Africa are going to need 10 wickets to win the match. That's the only way that they are going to get a result, unless if Bangladesh find some gold in their batting and chased it down. But for South Africa to get those 10 wickets, they don't have to change where their fielders are. They intensify that space. So if you had a short leg alongside with those weird mid-wickets and mid-ons, now you add a silly point and a crazy position on the offside, and you close down the entire area. Now the enticement is that the only way for me to not be scared of the ball in front of me is to take it past me, take it over, take it through. Otherwise, even your defense is under threat. Oh, that is looking close for Imon. That is looking very close. And it is gone. Good bowling for Imon. He knows that Seletwane is on the attack and goes for the stumps because they get Manak on strike. Excellently done from Iqbal Hussein Manak. Alas, Seletwane's gone.
Yeah, attacking the stumps is Imam again. That looks pretty straight. And the umpire eventually gets his finger up. Mzizi Gambu took his time to make the decision. And the two Centurions are already in the dugout. Or the three rather. Centurions have already gone out cheaply today because of the aggressive nature.
Yeah, they gave a time frame and a wicket frame to get to that 50. Losing the wicket of Mitchell van Buren, losing the wicket of Mo Manak. They don't want to bring any of the players who are going to be working on the field. So that's the declaration for South Africa to give themselves 11 to 10 overs to bat. To bowl, rather, this afternoon. But Imon stops the rot. Mo Manak leaves undefeated on 48. So now we're going to get our questions answered. That's why we watch the game, don't we, Gamva? We watch it to see if what we are thinking is going to be answered by the players.
Interesting. Well, that is the second innings of South Africa emerging men. Came out in a rush and looked to score runs in a quick flurry. 130 runs scored in 28 overs, declared for 4. Mohamed Manak back in the run scoring chart on 48. Unfortunately, didn't have enough time to get to his 50. Daniel Smith did get to his 50 and was shortly dismissed after a few minutes of injury delay that maybe distracted him. And Mitch Van Buren also was quickly sent back to the sheds alongside Richard Seletwane. He was looking pretty aggressive for his 13 of 13. But that is it. 410 declared. South Africa emerging, and you look at the bowling chart of Bangladesh men. There's that same man again, Imam, who stood up and bowled outstandingly well. 3 wickets. Just 25 runs conceded in the 6.5 overs he's bowled. And Animal Haq as well with a wicket of Daniel Smith. Then Rohan and Naheem were peppered with reverse sweeps by Daniel Smith, and Mohamed Manak didn't have much to say. But we'll look forward now to around about the last 10 or so overs, and we'll have our answers shortly.
South Africa need 10 wickets to win. That's the main thing. If they can get those 10 wickets, they get the result. It's good batting from Smith, excellent bowling from Imon. On the other hand, Bangladesh have 100 overs to score over 400 runs. Is going to be an amazing chase if they decide to take it down. South Africa, for their 130, was propelled by Daniel Smith. He really took it on, Daniel Smith, scoring a wonderful 60. He was fantastic. Manak tried his best to follow, but Diri Tego took a fantastic effort from Animal Haq to grab the catch. And so the Centurion was gone. Some excellent shots from Daniel Smith and Mo Manak to create and build this partnership.
Yeah, and the innings continued from Daniel Smith, who we'll see a couple of his shots that took him to his 50 alongside his batting partner Mohamed Manak, who's back into the run scorings. He'll feel good after that 48 regardless of not getting to the 50, and that will be an interesting second innings with a score at 410. You see those aggressive shots.
Got him to his 50, Daniel Smith. All of that aggression was so good. It's exactly what the team needed. Mo Manak was in perfect support. Those reverse sweeps reversed them to death. But eventually let one loose straight into the hands of Iqbal Imon from the bowling of Animal Haq. And then the wickets started. This boy can bowl, and he showed it again. In both innings, he has one that clips the top of off stump, and then one that would have been dead at the stumps. Closed the innings for South Africa emerging, declaring it with a very, very healthy lead. What is going to happen now? Last couple of overs remaining in the day. Yanko Smith, Bayanda Majola, they were phenomenal in the first innings, so what are they going to do now? Going to see what it all brings in the second innings as South Africa seeking for 10 wickets.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With AutoBet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With AutoBet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
We start. Instantly, no waste of time. The spinning new ball player. Skalk Engelbrecht is going to start it off once more to carry on the last couple of minutes of the day's play. Catch! He drops it! Oh, that was the opening they were looking for. On the second ball, Skalk Engelbrecht floors it.
Wow, what a start. And he's put down a big opportunity. My word, that would have been the dream start at the end of play. Oh, South Africa emerging. Tipu survives.
Things are happening. Shahadat Hussein Tipu, Zakir Hassan. They are the opening batters. They have a big, big, big job. Survive 90 overs tomorrow and survive the last 15 minutes today. And from that very second ball of the innings, things are happening.
Yo, that's a big chance.
There's big bounce, there's big turn, there's big chances. Zakir Hassan with a big task ahead of him. He does have a first-class 200. They'll need something along those lines, not in runs, but in the ability of staying in the wicket. That's a good line from Skalk Engelbrecht. It's a very good line.
Oh, my word. You'll be ruining that chance. Has to put it behind him, though. Still got a job at hand. Here's Skalk Engelbrecht.
Good balls here. It's a very good start here for Engelbrecht, and I like the fact that Zakir Hassan and Shahadat Tipu are looking to score as well. They're not just becoming robots. Nicely tossed up from Skalk Engelbrecht to end over number one, an eventful one, both for Bangladesh and South Africa emerging. It's 3-4, no loss, and it easily could have been no runs for a wicket.
Jeez, have a look at that. Nicely flighted, a bit of turn into the stumps, and perfect height for the catch. That's a big chance. They're always tough after your action, but you gotta take those. You really gotta take that catch. That's a big opportunity.
Yeah, it took an easy one in the first innings. He's still got an easy one now. We'll just look back at it. At least he has no one to blame but himself. It's his own bowling, so he can only have the mirror to stare at. The man that no Bangladeshi batter wants to stare at right now, Yanko Smith, the tallest of the bunch. It's going to open up. See, they're not changing from what they had in the first innings. A wide first slip standing at a lap 1.5 and a third slip. Good attacking field.
Yeah, good line and good length to start off attacking those stumps. Should expect some to maybe keep low late in day three. Seen a few in that first innings. 9 matches, 26 wickets at an average of 25 for Yanko Smith. No fifers yet, but best of 4 for 40.
Best believe those fifers are coming for Yanko Smith. If he continues in this trajectory, it's quite a find. The boy from Takis got his opportunity due to an injury. Second to last match of the 2024-25 season for the Titans. And so here, just one season later, finding himself in South Africa emerging, and boy, is he showing up as well. Nice little field that he's got set up. Has to bowl to the middle stump, attack those woods. Exactly there. Get Sandile Simelane into the field of play. Bayanda Majola is also waiting. Like fiends, they are waiting. Hyenas scavenging. Very nice here from South Africa.
What I like about Janko Smith, he's got a big presence. As the pitch is big, is tall. That's a sight that you don't want to see when you're batting. Very intimidating. Quite tall as well.
He's going to keep attacking those stumps here, Janko Smith. Oh, gets the edge. Is it the edge? No, it's not. A slight little deviation as the ball passed the bat, but that's because of the movement of the pitch. Umpire Gampu is not interested.
Looks like the bat has hit the ground. Oh, maybe just the movement of the ball there. It's confused us as deviation of the bat.
How long, Gamva, can they resist from driving a half volley after facing good deliveries? They couldn't even survive one. They have 600 to face. It's very good here from Janko Smith.
Yeah, I think revisiting our conversation now, I'm getting the answers. You said we would be looking at the answers. You were absolutely bang on right. And then barely 12 overs bowled and temptations already. They can't help themselves. We were thinking we would get a blockathon here. Well, South Africa right in it. It's all about keeping the right areas and you'll get your opportunities.
It's a good ball. It's good bowling. Going into the faces. This is the stuff we're talking about. There's 10 minutes left in today's play. Schalk Engelbrecht will have to rush through his overs to get Janko Smith 2 more. It's the end of the second over. It's all happening. It's so much fun.
Yeah. Gets his own whisper from Mzizi Gampu about walking up to the batter. Just be a little careful. But I love that. I really do love that. A part of the game that's gone away. But I absolutely love it. As long as you don't touch your opposition, I think share your words.
It's always feisty between South Africa emerging and Bangladesh emerging. Some drama last year in Bangladesh. Look at it coming in the form of cricket right now. Slides through. It's good batting from Zakir Hassan to keep that down.
With hard hands. Pushing that one into the ground is Zakir Hassan. That's a good defensive stroke. Gets right behind it.
And it's the fact that that ball just slid with the arm from Schalk Engelbrecht. The temptation to play for the spin at that length always takes you. So that tells you that Hassan is watching the ball attentively. Remember, he received a sharp move, one that moves into his body to be trapped LBW. But he's watching the ball carefully. And he's playing it with very soft hands here, Zakir Hassan.
Getting more the outside half of the bat there in that occasion. I think you can see the intent though from the Bangladeshi men. It's not about survival at all. They're going to go out and play their cricket.
Oh, straight to Soletwane. Don't know if that hit any part of his padding. But cricket, you are going to get smashed by that red cherry. It was not fun.
Well, that's one way to remove the fielders in and around the bat. Take them out the game. Smack them out. I tell you, if he gets another one coming in his direction there, he won't like it. That's a catching opportunity, Bendulu.
Oh, speaking of opportunities, it just flings over. That was a chance. pops up into the air. Nice ball here from Skalk Engelbrecht. Just falls into the middle of nowhere over Mitchell van Buren. A Yorker from the spin of Engelbrecht. This is nice to watch. It's the end of over number 3. Good bowling. Right into the block hole. Flighted delivery. Just shows you how much Zakir Hassan waits for the ball. But then the ball dipped and he was still undecided on where to go. But his hands did fantastically to just push that ball out from a dangerous area. 3 overs gone.
Ooh, another good delivery by Janko Smith. All right, Bangladesh are chasing down this total.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that it was going to be something for the runs. Hey, man, but you've seen funny things. This is a game of cricket. Maybe they're going to try a positive brand of cricket. But either way, one part of their game will be tested. Can you still choose your shots correctly? Can you still judge where your off stump is? Because South Africa need 10 wickets. Can you prevent losing 10 wickets as a team? And so these are all different check marks that the scouts, the coaches are looking at. You as a player, how do you play for your team rather than playing for yourself in these instances?
Yeah, and the one thing that I want to, I think I get the part where Bangladesh Emerging would want to take this to a draw where maybe a win is not the possible result. But the last thing you want to do is get bogged down and stay in a negative mindset. I think they want to be positive out. It's clear that they're not going to be bullied by South Africa. They're going to play their cricket. Yes, it's going to be responsible. I'm sure the message was show a bit of responsibility, but still show a bit of positive cricket as well. Don't want to go there and play some negative cricket. Then eventually you'll get yourself out by playing that negative kind of cricket.
As a viewer and a commentator, it makes a lot of fun for us and a lot of entertainment. Flicks it off the front pad. It's going to run for 4. Excellent timing from Shahadat Hussain Deepu. Mahadna Majola is one of the fastest across the field. Even he didn't have a chance. 11 for no loss. That's going to happen if he's trying to activate those 2 mid-wicket fielders. But because of Deepu just taking a couple of steps across, he's changing where the line of the middle stump meets him. And so that's a great adjustment from Janko Smith, because now when he shuffles across, you will see that Janko Smith is still attacking the middle stump. And so when he shuffles across, the middle stump is all of a sudden on the legs. And so that becomes an easy scoring shot. So now, if Janko Smith decides, let me move my line to the off stump, let me move it just past the off stump, it means that when Deepu shuffles across, he's still under threat of the off stump being hit, and he's still now even in more threats of hitting that ball to those 2 mid-wickets. And so this is the challenge and the fight we want to see. How can I destabilize the bowler's line? How can I then answer the question again?
Interesting passage of play has been. We've only had 3 overs or 4 overs into the 5th. Or one that beats the bat slightly. And it's only, as I mentioned, only been 4 overs gone and into the 5th, and so much has happened. Catch has been put down, a few oohs and ahs. We thought it would have been a boring last couple of overs, but man, oh boy, it sets up to be an amazing day 4.
The one thing South Africa are needing right now is for those oohs and ahs to become real cheers. 11 for 0. The main idea for Bangladesh is keeping that 0 as 0. Doesn't matter how many runs it costs them.
Day 3, moving day, never disappoints.
Never.
And today has lived up to that exactly.
That's probably going to be the last over of the day then, if this is the discussions happening. There's only 2 minutes left, 3 balls remaining. It'll be very nice if Janko Smit is able to bowl the last over.
Not sure what's the plans yet. If they're buying the time in this over, then maybe the plan is to open up with Janko Smit tomorrow. Hence, maybe a slight bit of a delay. On his knees.
It's a dangerous position. That kneeling slip. Normally find themselves with the helmet because it's so close. But Andile Simelane is a fine fielder. 2 balls remain. He breaks them apart here, Zakir Hassan. He too can play this game of cricket. He shows with a beautiful cover drive through the tightest of spaces. And he goes for 4.
Yeah, Zakir Hassan, the captain of Bangladesh, emerging, leading from the front with the attack and positive cricket, sending a message to the changing room. We're not going to play negative cricket here. We're going to come out and play cricket and show that we back ourselves to bat a full 90 overs without any concerns of being dismissed.
Depending on how many seconds it takes, this could possibly be the last ball of the day.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock. It is, and you're sure to hear stumps.
Fine day of cricket. Wonderful. Bangladesh, they still have a fighting chance here. They batted very well. It could have been something less for 1 if it wasn't for the dropped catch in the second ball. However, for the day's play, 11 wickets falling, 239 runs. There's been 2 innings changes, hence the overs have been eaten up. But still, 239 runs put on together here, and Bangladesh emerging need to survive. They needed to take wickets earlier on, though, and prevent an increase of these runs. That was exactly what they started with an excellent catch from Anamul Haq. Mohammad Manak and Daniel Smith took more control of the 3rd session. And they attacked, especially Daniel Smith, who shook off whatever rust was in pre-season.
Yeah, and they continued to do so, particularly Mohammad Manak and Daniel Smith. Those sweeps, they played them so well, never looked troubled. Reverse hitting against spin. And they continued onto his 50 was Daniel Smith. And again, you can see the shot, the majority of his boundaries came from that reverse hit. And he raised his bat for his 50 there. And more of the reverse hits. And that shot was a bit of a lazy stroke, rather, down to deep square leg wicket that was bowled by Anamul Haq. And a brilliant one by Imam, who's come on and looked as good as ever throughout this Bangladesh tour. He's just done that so often, targeting those stumps. And they're getting the wicket. Richard Silitane playing with Empire, Zizi Gambu, and he gets his wicket. And a dramatic start. One put down by Scott Engelbrecht. Could have been the first wicket. First of many for South Africa emerging. And Janko Smit was bowling from the other end. And they closed out the day was Skakengebrecht and Janko Smith. A decent start, but a positive start by Bangladesh emerging men.
And so survival is the name of the game, unless if they can magically really propel themselves close to that 400 plus mark. Deepu and Zakir Hassan gonna have a tough job. Both players, vice captain and captain. And then this will be South Africa's challenge, trying to change those wicket columns from zeros to ones. Economy rates don't matter, maidens don't matter. It's all about the wickets. They want the fall of wickets to be raining in numbers. And right now, it lies dormant without a wicket in sight. So what will happen tomorrow? That is what we wait to see. The final day of what has been the most intriguing first games of this series. Coming to you at the Northwest Cricket Oval. It will be at 9:20 in the morning. Catch us here on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel again. This broadcast brought to you by SportyBet, Mega Live, and Cricket South Africa's YouTube channels. Been myself, Pendulo Makubane, in commentary alongside Kamba Nyegana. Moving day has moved and it has excelled. Join us again tomorrow to see how we will close the breaks to what has been a phenomenal drive through the match. Join us in the journey tomorrow again at 9:20 on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. Have a good one.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play SportyBet.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.